Good evening, everybody.
Hello all.
How's it going?
Welcome to Nine Barrow HQ.
We are coming to you live from Nine Barrow HQ, terrified
As always.
Isn't this a lovely thing we put ourselves through every couple of months? Oh, goodness me.
Oh, we hope you're well wherever this finds you, and thanks for tuning in.
Yes, now, this is me trying to kind of jostle the gig into the right position whilst also looking at the camera. Well, we're not going to talk that much because, to be honest, what I think you probably want to see is the other John and Jay.
Probably.
Down at St. James's Church.
Just down the road from here.
Just down the road in Old Town Pool. So without further ado, we're going to hand over to the boys. Enjoy.
Hello.
Everybody. Welcome to St. James's Church.
We made it here. You might have noticed when we were introducing what might be coming up in our calendar in the coming months, we were being a bit coy about this one because we weren't entirely sure if we were really going to be able to come here. Yeah. But we've made it.
We have. We've got so lucky. We feel hugely privileged to be able to come and bring you our album launch from this fabulous building. I don't know why I said fabulous rather than fabulous, but there you go. You know, I'm just that excited. So, we thought a really nice way to start the evening might be to start with the opening track from the album.
Why not?
So this is called Come January, and it is, it's a song about travelling home to the place that you love, to see the people that you love, knowing that you're going to have to leave it just a little sooner than you would like. And I actually wrote the majority of this song on a train from Cardiff to Dorset. I was at university at the time, and I was looking forward to meeting Jay back in Dorset, or in fact, actually, Hampshire, because Jay had strayed over the border.
Into the Badlands.
Into the Badlands of Hampshire. And we were rather looking forward to seeing the New Forest in all its auburn glory. But the leaves had been blown down before we got a chance to see them. And it's a song about that, really.
So it's called Come January.
It's been a while since I've been home. Last time the sun still held his own against the night. And while I slept, November came. It's hard remembering warmer days. I'd rather stay here this time round, safe and hidden without a sound. Let's go back there, you and I, where the gold sun hits black sky, and we'll go walking in the rain. Let's go back there, you and I, where the hills are stretching high towards the sun, and we'll go walking in the rain when the days don't end the same. This year the trees were given no chance to wear their fiery capes and gowns. Before we had a chance to see, their coats were ripped, not gold but green, away leaving them naked, cold, afraid. Let's go back there, you and I, where the gold sun hits black sky, and we'll go walking in the rain. Let's go back there, you and I, where the hills are stretching high towards the sun, and we'll go walking in the rain where the days thought of leaving you behind. To have to wear my face and leave my heart not big enough to heave the farewell sigh to you and home. And I'll be going back alone come January. Come January. Come January. Come January.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
So yeah, this is the album launch. Now, a lot of you have probably received the album already. We did send out a few, more than a few actually, pre-orders a little while ago now. So
That was going to be really slick, that. It was going to be really slick, and then I was stood there like a bit of a lemon on the end. Sorry, Jay, you were saying.
no, I wasn't saying anything, John.
You were saying that if you had something or other.
If you have already received the album, we hope you've been really enjoying it.
That was it.
you've-
That was it. Because it came out last week. But if you were on the mailing list, you may well have got it a little bit early. Hopefully early enough that you've actually learnt all the words
And
are
can sing
singing
along.
at home.
Yeah.
So this is a song called Hey John Barleycorn.
Which is definitely a singer-alonger, so...
It is, and not to be confused with other John Barleycorn songs, which are kind of a little bit dark and about kind of going out and killing this chap called John Barleycorn.
This John Barleycorn dies in this song as well.
Yes,
but,
he does die in this song, but it's for a very good cause, ladies and gentlemen, because he dies to bring us ale, which is something that's very close to our hearts. So it is a song about his life, his death, and his rebirth through the seasons to bring us the wonderful thing that is fine ale.
John Barleycorn is a hero, bold as any in the land. His fame has stood for ages good and shall forever stand. The whole wide world respects him, no matter friend or foe. And where they be that make to free, he's sure to lay them low. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise is sung, John Barleycorn. To see him in his pride of growth, his robes are rich and green, his head is speared with goodly beard, fit nigh to serve a queen. When the harvest time comes around and John is stricken down, he'll use his blood for England's good and Englishmen's renown. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise is sung, John Barleycorn. The lord in courtly castle, the squire in stately home, the great of name, of birth and fame, on John for succor call. He bids the troubled heart rejoice, gives warmth to nature's call, makes weak men strong, makes old men young, and old men brave and bold. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise is sung, John Barleycorn. Thou shalt for great John Barleycorn the luscious by. I have no mind much charm to find in a potent draught of wine. Give me my native nut brown ale, all other drinks are scorn. For English cheer is English beer, or old John Barleycorn. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praises sung, John Barleycorn. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praises sung, John Barleycorn.
Thank you. Oh, wow. John's getting particularly out of breath singing that one.
Oh, my goodness. It doesn't matter how much you tell yourself. There's nobody in the room.
There's no need to panic.
And
There's
you
no
really,
need to stress.
really don't need to get nervous. It's terrifying. It's just Andrew on the lights at the back there, and he's a thoroughly nice fella. We should
Tim in the balcony as well.
we should introduce Andrew and Tim actually, who are helping us tonight bring this wonderful, wonderful building to life with their fabulous lighting. And if there was an audience here, we demand that they give them a round of applause right now. So at home, you can do that as well.
So, back to the new album. So this is a song called Sunshine in the Winter. And if you've already received the album and wondering what on earth the Z is at the front of Sunshine, when it's clearly supposed to be an S, this song is written by a chap called
Oh, well done, Jay. This is going fabulously well. One of our absolutely favourite poets that we can't even remember the name of.
William Barnes.
Yes, there you
There
go.
we go.
There you
Sorry. Exactly what John was saying about no reason to be nervous and for your brain to wander going, what on earth am I doing? No, William Barnes.
He's a fabulous Dorset dialect
Absolutely,
poet, which
absolutely.
I
He
think is
lived well over 100 years ago, but he feels very much like a kindred spirit to us. He would write lovely, lovely songs about his native Dorset, and they still resonate with us all these years later. And this particular poem, Sunshine in the Winter, really, really, it resonated with us.
It does. In its simplest sense, it is a song about the clouds parting on a winter's day and the sun pouring through onto the landscape to light it up and bring a bit of joy to an otherwise drab part of the year. But it's also, its double meaning is about growing old and about lives well lived and being able to look back and have an amazing bank of memories to draw upon and bring comfort as old age comes on. And we just thought it was such a beautiful, beautiful notion. So this is Sunshine in the Winter.
The clouds that yesterday did hide the sun be all blown aside, and in the light no longer dim do shine the ivy that do climb the tower side, the elm stem and holly bushes in between. The leafless thorns be bright and green to sunshine in the winter. Trees that yesterday did twist in winds of driving rain and mist do now throw shades out long and still waterfalls to fill their wooden pools below the hill. And with a foot upon the stile, the rambling couple paused to smile at sunshine in the winter. The birds do shake with playful skips, the raindrops off the bushes' tips are chirruping with merry sound. Down below upon the ground, the wind do whirl round and round, so softly that the day do seem more like a summer in a dream than sunshine in the winter. To tell of winters long since thawed, with snow along upon the ground, or floods broke all the bridges down, or wind and healed half the town. The tales of old times long ago, but never dare to think upon the sunshine of their winter. For now today no brook can run, no hill can face the winter sun, no leaves can fall, no flowers can fade, no snow can hide the grass's blade, no frost can whiten in the shade, no day can come but what do bring to mind again their early spring that's now turned to winter. Sunshine. Oh, I cut me mic off. Cut me mic off in the middle of my outro. What a ridiculous idiot. We were telling Andrew and Tim that it never generally goes right at a 9-barrel gig, so something will inevitably go wrong. If me muting my own microphone is the worst that happens, then I think we are seriously dodging many bullets. What's up next, Jay? My goodness.
The next song is Row On. So we're going to depart from the new album just for a moment, just for this next song, and sing a song that we really, really love. We've been singing since the early days, this particular song.
We have. And actually, this is from the last album, and we sang this with our good mates from a harmony singing quartet called the Teacups. They're very good mates of ours. They've sadly disbanded, but we were very fortunate to be able to sing this with them on the last album. Now, if there were an audience in the room this evening, we would be warmly encouraging that you sing along with this one and provide us with, 5-part harmony, if that's okay.
And if filling the church, really.
And if there's not 5 of you at home, don't worry about it. 1-part harmony is perfectly acceptable as well. But it's lovely in here. It's a beautiful building. It's got wonderful acoustics. Yes, the only problem is I need to actually check what key it's in.
Clouds are upon the summer sky. There's thunder in the wind. Pull on and homeward high. Ne'er give one look behind. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away. There's dawn beyond the night. Bear where thou goest the word of love. Say all that words can say. Changeless affection, strength to prove, but speed upon the way. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away. There's dawn beyond the night. Like yonder river would I glide to where my heart would be. My bark would soon outsail the tide that hurries to the sea. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away. There's dawn beyond the night. But yet a star shines constant still through yonder cloudy sky, and hope as bright my bosom fills from faith that cannot die. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away. There's dawn beyond the night. Row on, God speed the way. Thou canst not linger here. Storms hang upon the closing day. Tomorrow may be clear. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away. There's dawn beyond the night.
Oh my goodness, we miss playing in venues like this.
Oh, yes, we do. That was quite a pleasure to sing in this church. It's quite wonderful. But so we normally sing that particular song towards the end of an evening. It seems like quite a nice getting ready to wind down and go home song. But we felt that it segued rather nicely into this next song called Sailors All, which very much is on part of this album.
It is. It's Sorry, Jay.
I was going to say... I forgot what I was going to say now.
Oh, well, in which case I cut in just at the right moment, I would say. Well, it's by Ewan Carruthers, this song. However, having said it's by Ewan Carruthers, we've actually never been able to find the Ewan Carruthers version of it, because the version of this song that we know and love is by Mike Silver. And Mike Silver is a fabulous, fabulous musician. Any folkies out there listening will probably know of Mike's work. But one of his old albums is called Roadworks, and it's a live album. And my dad had a copy of it, and one of my earliest folky memories is playing chess with my dad on a Sunday and having this album on repeat. And it is just such a beautiful song. I think you were going to say something about the tone of the song, Jay.
The tone of the song. Well, I think if you've listened to the album already, you kind of might notice it's got a little bit of a vibe, a bit of a message to it about, being nice to each other, being nice to the world. And I think this song, we've loved it forever, but we felt that the message that we're all in the same boat together fitted very
Let's
nicely.
enjoy the journey and support each other along the way. I think that's probably where this one goes. It's a lovely song, and yeah, Sailors All.
Watch how the morning comes, the whole world over, turning the sea to gold, from Rio to Dover, each harbor with its ships, all trimmed and ready, hoping the offshore winds will hold them steady. And we are sailors all until we've landed. We are both great and small, sailors all. And those who fear the storm may not go farther. They will sail round and round within their own harbors. Yet those who brave the seas, believing they've landed, they put down among the reeds and find they are stranded. And we are sailors all until we've landed. We are both great and small, sailors all. And some may reach their lands, while others may perish, each taking memories of journeys they cherished. And we are sailors all until we've landed. We are both great and small, sailors all. And we are sailors all until we've landed. We are both great and small, sailors all, sailors all, sailors all.
Sailors All. Oh man, I love singing that song. I love it. If you've never heard the Mike Silver version, go and check it out. Obviously buy our new album as well, but maybe go and buy it as well. Share it around. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of resetting of the stage whilst Jay introduces the next song, I think.
So we introduced you earlier to William Barnes, and this is the second song of the evening written, which is inspired by William Barnes particularly. Now, most of his poetry, like we were saying, is very much inspired by the Dorset nature. Sorry, I'm trying to think and get my legs out of John's way at the same time. I think we're there.
I'm doing a relatively bad job of it, I would say.
Sorry. But yes, and this particular poem we found in one of his anthologies, and we liked it a lot. But it kind of stands out because it's not really written so much about the nature and the wonderful landscape and bucolic beauty of Dorset.
Bucolic beauty? Get your dictionaries out, everybody. My goodness.
Yeah, I don't actually know what bucolic means.
I would struggle to define it as well.
We're going to be educated by
let us
people
know,
in
let
Facebook
us know in the comments if
Okay.
Jay's picked an entirely inappropriate word.
But this particular poem is about standing on top of one of the beautiful hillsides with a gun and fending off foes from across the seas, which, was of its time. We liked the energy of the poem, but we kind of felt that over the last sort of 3 or 4 years, there's been enough division, really, hasn't there? And we felt like, really, we wanted a different type of call to arms, put it that way.
What about a bit of unity?
What about it, eh?
Where there is division, how about a bit more of bringing people together and supporting one another? So I would say that this is still 40% William Barnes and now 60% Nine Barrow.
Yes.
I feel a little nervous saying that, to be honest. Don't tend to go and write very well-known poets that often. So this is called Cry Unity.
Born of Dorset flee, the march towards equality, or fear to take the higher ground, while division's trumpet goes to sound. Should we of Dorset skulk our hearts, when unity needs good hands and hearts, open minds and common sense, not a border wall and a barbed wire fence. Falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. Cry unity, falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. Would we lose blessings should we hold more precious far than worlds of gold? Lush green fields where the honeybees fly, clear air and smokeless sky. We'll shield the tree from saw and chain, stand before the high-speed train. No, we'll not let them build upon the countryside until it's gone. Cry unity, falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. Cry unity, falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. Nothing reached this place, but Dorset show them back our face. Would funds be scarce if we had need to put aside our selfish greed? Should we not let them enter ground this land that we have bold and proud? Not see them struggle just to drown on the shores below these rolling down. Falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. Cry unity, falling, falling, now don't let Dorset's ranks be thin. falling, now don't let those 6 ranks be thin. Crowd unity falling, falling, now don't let those 6 ranks be thin. Crowd unity falling, falling, now don't let those 6 ranks be thin. Crowd unity falling, falling, now don't let those 6 ranks be thin. By the skin of our teeth, ladies and gentlemen, I think. By the skin of
Oh, the
our
hairs
teeth.
on the chinny chin chin.
Hoo-wee. Right, my goodness, what's up next?
We've come, I believe, to the last song of this particular set.
And we're going to sing you the title track of the album, ladies and gentlemen. If you've seen us before, you might know the background to this song because it's inspired by a chap called Vice Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood, who essentially was around during Nelson's time, fought in the Battle of Trafalgar. And when he wasn't out at sea doing daring doey things that people do out at sea when they're
Daring.
vice admirals, he would walk the Northumberland countryside, his pockets filled with acorns, and he would scatter them wherever he found bare earth, because he'd identified a problem for future generations, and that was that the Navy were cutting down more trees than they were planting to build the ships that they needed to protect the nation. And he felt it was his duty, and indeed everyone else's, to plant more trees. And we felt inspired by that spirit of forward-thinkingness, really. Inspired enough to write a song about it. But those of you who know us quite well will know that we were inspired a little more than that. Because actually, we were inspired to do something for the future and address Nine Barrow's carbon footprint by planting our own woodland. Now, our carbon footprint is pretty significant when we're not in a pandemic, that's as we said. We usually do 10,000 miles at least a year driving across the country for our gigs. And we wanted to try and do something that would offset that. And so last week, we planted 1,000 trees.
Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? But
Sounds like a ridiculous thing to say. But this is a pre-recorded gig that's being recorded prior to the planting. And we just don't know these days whether some new restriction may have come along that prevents us from planting trees. So we're not going to believe it until it happens. But let's be positive. Let's say we did plant the woodland last week. We planted 1,000 trees on 3 acres of land in North Dorset. Enough trees that if they live their entire lifespan, which we truly hope they will, to offset our past and future carbon emissions, not just for Nine Barrow, but for the audiences that visit that come to our concerts as well. And we have you to thank for being able to do that, because we launched a fundraising campaign last month, and in under a week, we raised the £6,000 target that we had, that we thought it might take us months to raise, but essentially that's enough money, not only to deal with the most immediate needs of the woodland, which is essentially weed suppression in the form of coir mulch mats.
very glamorous.
It's not glamorous, but it is important. But we now have enough to really achieve our kind of biodiversity aims for the next 10 years. So we are truly, truly grateful to you. And yeah, this song's for you guys. So this is a pocket full of acorns. The pine trees grow in tidy rows, all trained towards the distant sky. And in a blink, they're tall enough for man's needs to supply. but soft, swift flesh it cannot last. So brisk and nimble was the climb, and quickly as a mood or thought, the tender wood is lost to time. And I have a pocket full of acorns. I hold the mighty oak tree in my hands, and with every seed I sow, the future of these lands. When the robin's young is fledged and flown, the magnolia tree with knotted limb extends to us a pretty promise, all attention paid to him. But to reach and touch this promise is to break his beguiling spell, to see behind the blossom the crooked wood he sells. Pocket full of acorns, I hold the mighty oak tree in my hands, and with every seed I sow, the future of these lands. Of the forest, they've seen their share of winter's cold, drank their fill of summer storms, and listened to life stories told. Their roots go deep in English earth, they twist and braid our country's past. With timber strong they'll guard our future, beam and bow and deck and mast. And I have a pocket full of acorns, I hold the mighty oak tree in my hands, and with every seed I sow, the future of these lands. And with every seed I sow, the future of these lands.
A pocket full of acorns. One day, we will do a concert from the middle of that woodland.
That will be a fine day.
You heard it here first, and we will invite you to it, and it will be wonderful, and all will be well, ladies and gentlemen. So,
I think that's it for set one.
It is.
So we'll hand over to Jay and John, the other Jay and John, back at Nine Barrow HQ in Studio 2? Studio 1?
Studio 2. It's,
Yeah.
it's the dining room, ladies and gentlemen. I think.
Yes.
So we'll hand back over to them, and we'll see you in the second half. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the first half.
Oh, it's very, very nerve-wracking.
Oh.
Us watching ourselves back on telly with knowing that you guys are all watching together. It's a
lovely
lovely
though.
feeling.
It's lovely. I mean, so many comments about how awesome the building is. And it really is just a spectacular church.
Yeah.
And lots of lovely comments about Andrew's amazing lighting. And I know that Andrew is watching, and I hope Tim is as well. So well done, mate. You did a top job. It just hope you're really as happy as we are with how it came out.
We are so happy. So thank you ever so much. And yeah, so we alluded in the end of that song, didn't we? We were saying that we may or may not have planted
a wood.
some trees. We did it.
We
We
did
actually
it.
managed.
So just in case case, if last week you weren't following our progress and you're not familiar with the woodland, we thought maybe you'd like to see the 1,000th tree go into the ground just after sunset.
We do look a little bit
Knackered.
ragged.
Have a look at this. This is the final tree going in. Right, it's the last tree. It's the last tree. This is a hornbeam. My goodness, have we pushed hard.
We have killed ourselves to get
60 in 45 minutes, and the sun has just set. We're all going to take part in this. Kev, because he's just dug every other hole. Dig a hole, Kev. Come on, let's dig that hole. Eddie is still being morale officer.
So
Good
what is
boy.
that then, John? Just to recap, that's 500 oaks.
125 silver birch. 75.
Ever.
I've lost count now. 25 field maple. Anyway,
I
it doesn't
will
matter.
plonk.
One more to go.
I will plonk.
You
and
plonk.
I will...
Hang on.
What?
Are you in charge of Sticky Juby?
I'll just hit it on.
Vicky, chief mallet operator. Okay. It's looking good. It's in. In.
Oh, he did good, boy. He did good.
It has
boy.
been such a team effort.
There you go.
I'm gonna take it down. Thank you.
Vicky and Kev might not have been on camera that much, but my goodness, have they worked hard.
Line it up with the pole to the southwest. I whack it in. And then the small matter of 2 little cable ties.
I'm feeling very emotional.
We'll allow you to jump up just this once.
Oh, is it good, boy?
That, ladies and gentlemen,
It's a
is
wetland.
1,000 trees and 200 shrubs.
We mustn't forget the shrubs.
And if you thought planting shrubs was easy, try planting 100 hazel. Oh my goodness. I will never eat a hazelnut again and not think of them.
Thank you for
Team.
joining us on the journey.
The team here, the team out there, the fundraisers.
Yeah.
Well done.
fundraisers. Big clap for all the team and your
Woodland
mum doing
Trust.
the research.
Yes,
Yes.
Mum, who will be watching this for all her research into every aspect of this.
Good boy.
Well done to her as well.
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
I'm feeling quite emotional as well. actually. Oh, I
Time for
think
beer.
we all need a beer.
Time for beer.
Dear O'Clock.
But actually, that wasn't it, because on the trundle back home, we found a bag of 5 other.
5 more hazel. Would you believe it? My nemesis. And they were like, no, we'll do it tomorrow. I was like, we absolutely will not. They're going in the ground right now. And
So
and
they
we
did.
and literally they're
Probably
here
sat right
behind
next
us
to
because we
the
just
final
decided we
5.
would plant them exactly where we were.
So yeah, we feel a few years older than we were at the start. Sorry, another pun.
A few years older. There's 25 older over there. Oh, he's so good, isn't he? Oh. Jay and his puns.
Sorry, couldn't resist.
Outrageous. What outrageous punnery. What outrageous punnery. So, if you're not familiar with the hazelwood, it's these.
We weren't before this whole fiasco.
They were not small, and they had a whacking great big root system, and it meant digging the most enormous holes because, I mean, the root system was kind of taking up this amount of space. They were taking like 5 times as long as the saplings to plant. And given that there was 100 of them, it took rather a long time, actually.
But we got there.
We did get there. So, Luke, before we send you off for a 20-minute interval, it's become customary for us to do the birthday shout-outs before the break. So we're going to do that. And we've got 4 that missed the boat in January. Sorry about that. I think we probably got messaged a little late in the day and didn't pick them up. So we'll try and read these without making any mistakes. So, okay, any chance of a very late happy birthday to Lizzie Babbister for last Thursday? Well, that must have been many, many Thursdays ago, but that was from David, and
Better late than never.
I promised we'd give Lizzie a shout out.
And we've got another message. I don't think we've actually written who the message is from, annoyingly. This was John who didn't write them down.
Yeah,
But,
no, I didn't.
It says, hi, John and Jay. Lovely concert. Thanks very much. So good to sing along with you both. Good singing along. And if you have time, please can you wish a happy birthday to my husband, Peter, on the 4th of Jan, to my daughter, Freya, on the 10th of Jan, and to my sister, Shirley, whose birthday is today, which I assume means today.
Hopefully from those key bits of information. No, this isn't today. This was back in January, Jay. So we're hoping from those key bits of information you'll work out who you are. So we also missed this in January. Apparently, possibly our youngest listener slash fan, 3.5 months old, and that's Daisy. She'd love a shout out. Yes, you guys were all very excited to see us back then, and hopefully to see us live again at some point in the future.
Yes, and the last one from January is happy birthday on the 23rd of January to Joe in Westerham, who will be a bigger number than me for 24 hours. Love from Maya.
So now on to the up-to-date birthdays that we didn't miss for the last gig. So Paula Rashbrook, our good friend Paula, had her birthday on... I'm not sure, I was going to say the age then. I'm not going to do that because that's a bit rude, isn't it? It's a bit rude. But it was on the 5th of March, she had a birthday.
And it was a big one.
It
looked lovely.
It looked splendid. Yeah.
To Russell Davis' birthday on the 29th of Feb. Happy birthday for them.
Alison Morgan is celebrating her birthday today.
Yeah,
so
happy birthday.
Lovely timing and many happy returns.
Rita Thompson had her birthday on the 3rd of March. Hope you had a lovely day with lots of cake.
Claire Rudd, not celebrating a birthday, Claire, but we know you've been having a tough time, and we wanted you to know that we were thinking of you, and hope you're joining us this evening.
And to Tim Crowstaff, happy 52nd birthday today. Good timing. First concert so well done. Welcome to Nineborough HQ as well. But lots of love from Fran and Steph.
Okay, now I'm having to look down because the list is going a little lower than the
To
camera
squint
here.
as well.
Mags would like to give a shout out to friends Claire and Pam. They were intending to watch and celebrate together tonight, from their respective homes, but Pam's been called off to cover an NHS shift, so she's now going to be watching later in the week. So when she does, well done, Pam. And sorry, I was going to do the next one. It's you, isn't it?
We've got Rolo the dog. I think is it our first dog birthday?
I think it's our first dog birthday.
Congratulations!
Yes.
This is the first dog birthday to Rolo. It's nearly the 13th birthday. It's a good ripe old age.
It's a ripe old age,
Yes.
yeah. John and James want to wish their father-in-law Andy a very happy birthday for the 17th.
And I think you'd better do the 15th one because you've written it in your own
I've
handwriting.
written it in my own
I can't
handwriting and
read
it's a
it.
little bit messy.
So-
Yes. Well, I just spotted this in the YouTube comments. So Nigel Steady's wife is celebrating her birthday today.
Didn't put the name
But
down.
Nigel didn't share her name and didn't actually ask for a shout out. But I thought, well, we give you one anyway. So Nigel Steady's wife, many happy returns.
Many happy returns.
For today.
And I suppose it would also be remiss of us
Very
not to
remiss.
mention Mother's Day tomorrow. So to all you mamas out there, about a special, very, very special Happy Mother's Day to our mothers.
Our mothers,
To
yes.
Vicky and to Julie.
Who are watching, we know, because we get lots of WhatsApp messages from them. Thanks for all your support this year,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you so much. Lots of
Lots
love.
of love. So it's the halftime break. 20 minutes, just like a real concert.
Yep.
To go and charge your glasses and do whatever. As ever, Jay has constructed a brand new interval slideshow for you. Now,
I've done something a little bit odd to them, which I hope you'll find cool and not a little bit. You say, do not adjust your television sets or your brains. You'll see what happens in a bit.
Jay has created 3D photographs. So he's created a photograph for each of the songs on the album. He's chopped it up into pieces and created a 3D parallax effect with the wizardry that only he knows how to do on a PowerPoint presentation.
It's really not only me that knows how to do it. And
Well, I
probably-
don't know how to do it.
got one up
I
on
think
you
it's
then.
remarkable. And we hope you enjoy it, and we'll see you in 20 minutes.
See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. So,
We hope you had a nice break,
Yes.
whatever it is you got up to in the 20 minutes you were afforded.
now, one of the benefits of doing online concerts versus concerts in the flesh, so to speak, is that you don't have to be cold with us when we're doing a church gig in the middle of February. There's only a few benefits, but that's one of them. So,
They're wonderful buildings, but we have to turn the heaters off before we start actually playing because
not that they do an awful lot when they're on, but but anyway.
But yes, we do currently have circulation in fingers, so we're going to do a song that's got some finger picking in it, and in fact, that isn't from the new album.
It's a song called Birdsong, and it is pretty much the first song that we sang together as Nine Barrow when, as we said before, we ditched the piano and picked up a ukulele and put some songs together.
This was a lot easier because when I used to be a student at Cardiff University, I had a stage piano which is longer than this and a darn sight heavier than this, and it was in a massive flight case, and I used to drag it around Cardiff and London, and I had to try and get it on and off the tube in London, and Jay used to help me do that when I came up to visit and played kind of singer-songwriter open mics. This, my goodness, this
Breath
is a
of
lot
fresh air.
lighter. And we spent many years writing songs on this, but yeah, this one's called Birdsong. And actually, it's a traditional set of words that were found in a manuscript that was gifted to us after by Jay's granddad after his granny had passed away, and this beautiful, beautiful set of words that we wrote our own tune to, and I kind of like to think your granny might have sung along to this tune at some time in the past. So this is Birdsong.
When the harvest stones gather in the sunny autumn weather, to the greenwood blithe and merry, we went foraging together. Through the woods we wandered along, so deep and dark and green. We heard a sweet voice calling us, though no one could be seen. The wild things of the woodland scarce seem of us afraid. The blue jay flashed before us, and the squirrel near us played. Through the woods we wandered along, so deep and dark and green. We heard a sweet voice calling us, though no one could be seen. We ate our fruit and rested on a fallen tree moss grown, and still a voice was calling in the softest, tenderest home. Through the woods we wander alone, so deep and dark and green. We heard a sweet voice calling us, though no one could be seen.
Birdsong.
Birdsong. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely to sing that in here. It just sounds so great. I tend to wear, for these shows, I tend to wear in-ear monitors because we need to be able to hear what you guys are hearing. But having one ear out for that one, just to be able to hear the room.
It's just a joy.
very special.
It really is. So we'll ease you in to this second set again with a bit of a gentle one. But this one is from the new album, and it's called Teignmouth. And again, this is another one that we had actually. It's a cover song by a guy called Patrick Wolf, and it's a song that I have loved forever since I first heard it. And I convinced John it would be a good idea to put it on as a cover, to do it as a cover.
Patrick Wolf's a bit electronic in his kind of...
He himself is not electronic. He is a flesh and
No,
blood.
he's not a robot. His music is electronic. But it's a kind of, yes, in his purest form, it's quite electronic. But there's a beautiful album called Sundark Riverlight. That's the one that I really fell in love with. It's just a beautiful, beautiful track. And we're very pleased to have been able to put it on the album. It's about travelling to the...
Escaping the big smoke out of London. Yeah. He's going on his holidays, on his hollybobs, down to Cornwall.
On his hollybobs.
Hollybobs.
Okay, well, there you go. I'm sure that's not how Patrick put it. Nothing really rhymes. Well, some things do rhyme with hollybobs, but here we go. Teignmouth.
On the night train from the city to the south, I saw spirits crawl across the river mouth in skewed ascension with no destination, like this lone bachelor in me. This constant yearning for great love and learning, for the winds to carry me free. So when the birds fly south, reach up and hold their tails, pull up and down of here, right on the autumn gales, down to the burning cliffs, on to the unrelenting roll, to marry the untold blessings and anchor this lost soul. two birds lost at sea. I caught our reflection in that silent tragedy. But with hope prevailing, I took galleon sailing in full sail, billowing free. Oh, 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 oh. So when the birds fly south, reach up and hold their tails, pull up and out of here, bridle the autumn gales. I give you my hand, the fingers unfold, to heaven forever hold, to marry the untold places and anchor this lost soul. Lost soul.
Timothy.
Patrick Wolf.
Hey, and if you want to hear our version of that song with all of the right chords, you can listen to it on the album. How about that, everybody? And it would be remiss of us to say actually that not only will you hear all of me playing all of the right chords on the piano, you'll also hear our wonderful friends, John Parker on double bass, Evan Carson on percussion, and Lee Mackenzie on cello. They're all on that track, and they're on quite a few of the others as well. Sadly, couldn't make it work with those boys for this particular gig, but it was lovely getting to play with them back in December at Lighthouse Pool. So, what next?
I think we'll stick with the theme of Devonshire towns, Devonshire riverside towns, from Teignmouth to Lord Exmouth, ladies and gents.
What a seamless segue, Jay.
Yes, we do think about our set list, so
occasionally. I'm just slightly worried that this mic stand is getting lower and lower.
It's been a little bit squeaky as well. It's got a squeaky boom.
They're made a squeaky boom.
Squeaky boom.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Jay. So, Lord Exmouth, a cracking traditional song of kind of. Well, yeah. Again, it's seafaring, daring do. I think I've used that phrase in the first half, but you can never really overuse the phrase daring do.
No,
I don't think. Well, not in my humble opinion. Anyway, Lord Exmouth. It'll sound a lot better if I unmute harmoniums as well. There you go. Look, that's what harmonium sounds like, everybody. You know we're recording this live, don't you? Otherwise, we'd have cut all of this out.
Come, all you British men of war that love your native land, and love your join the victory. Lord Exmouth gives command. Lord Exmouth does his rights maintain, as you shall quickly see. We fought like many a lion's fought to set old England free. So come all you British tars and maintain your glorious name. May you always leave Lord Exmouth to lead you over the bay. Oh, the first broadside we gave to them, we took them by surprise. we shot away their ensign staff, and down their colours lie. That's very well done, our captain cried. That's bravely done, cried he. Come load your guns, we'll prime them well, and show them British play. So come all you tars, be steady, and maintain your glorious name. May you always leave Lord Exmouth though, to lead you over the main. Oh, the next broadside we gave to them, we struck 'em such a wonder. Then lower yards, their maintop masts came clattering down like thunder. That's very well done, our captain cried. That's bravely done, cried he. Come load your guns, we'll prime them well, and show them British play. Oh, now that we have won the glory, let us drink a glass of wine. And if you will drink to your true love, I will drink to mine.
Lord Exmouth.
Lord Exmouth. That's not the first time you've done that at the end of the song.
Sorry.
I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, James.
I will rein myself in next time.
That's it. Rein in your enthusiasm. Anyone would think this was an album launch and we were meant to be having fun.
Sorry.
Okay, should we do an unceremonious switch?
Yes?
Let's do that.
See, unceremonious sounds like we should just kind of like drag our heels.
Well, it seems kind of appropriate singing about ensign staves and flags and stuff, because you hopefully will be able to see around us. We'll cut to a wide angle at this point seamlessly. There's flags kind of hanging down here. Flags actually all down the church. Which is beautiful. It's a lovely, light and airy church, and during the day there's a lot of beautiful daylight that comes through with stained glass windows. But the most impressive thing, I think, about St. James's Church is its beautiful, beautiful wooden pillars. And it's quite unusual in that respect.
Yeah, I don't think we've played in many churches, if any other churches, that are sort of kept up with wooden pillars.
No, and actually, I think it was in the Victorian times, they'd actually been covered up with plaster, and they were then rediscovered. But this is it's Newfoundland pine. Paul had quite close links with Newfoundland, which really is where a lot of Paul's wealth came from. And these beautiful things were shipped from Newfoundland. I'm saying beautiful. You might not be able to see it with the way the lights
Probably
are.
can't,
But never mind. You know that they're
Take
there.
our word for it.
You know that they're there, holding up the roof, and that is the most important thing. So we're going to sing a song called "Under the Fence," and it's yes, it is also on the album. It's funny thinking of this as being on the new album. But in actual fact, we've been gigging this song probably for at least 3 years. We wrote it very soon after we finished the last album. And it's inspired by the migration crisis, the refugee crisis. And came about after watching a documentary on the Calais refugee camp. And in this refugee camp, there was a girl who was showing around the journalist, really leading this documentary, and I remember being very surprised at just how carefree this girl appeared, with the backdrop of such squalor and such difficult conditions that she found herself living in, and it was quite remarkable, really, the contrast between this girl and her parents when she eventually introduced the journalist to her parents, who frankly looked like they were bearing the weight of the world on their shoulders. And it was that little tableau, this young girl and particularly her father, that inspired this song. And it is, we chose the tune Cold, Haily, Windy Night, old traditional tune, because at the time we were writing it, it was the winter, and the conditions that these people were suffering through and continue to suffer through. You know, it's even harder now with the pandemic for many of the refugees in these camps. And so, yeah, it was that inspired this song. So this is Under the Fence.
My heart is frozen to my head. My heart is like a lump of lead. We're stranded out here, half starved, half dead, standing under the fence. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, it's a cold, haily, windy night. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, won't you open up and let her in? Oh, 4,000 miles of foreign land would brave the roads, the cedar sands, while politicians wash their hands, standing under the fence. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, it's a cold, haily, windy night. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, won't you open up and let her in? Oh, in a freezing tent, the girl, she sleeps while muddy snow around her heaps, and his misery is cold and deep, standing under the fence. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, it's a cold, haily, windy night. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, won't you open up and let her in? Oh, but the girl still dreams of friends and school, when life is harsh and fate is cool. He thinks no one should have dreams at all, standing under the fence. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, it's a cold, haily, windy night. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, won't you open up and let her in? Oh, but the girl still loves a smile bright, his lantern in the fading light. And oh, what a while she sleeps tonight, standing under the fence. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, it's a cold, haily, windy night. Oh, let her in. The man, he cried, won't you open up and let her in? Oh, my heart is frozen to my head. My heart is like a lump of lead. We're stranded out here, half starved, half dead, standing under the fence.
Under the fence. Whew. Wow, I need a breather after that. So, whoa, blimey, we're kind of approaching the tail end of the second. Oh, I can't believe
We really
that.
are.
So, we're going to, I'm going to stand up for a start. That would be helpful, wouldn't it?
So, this next one is another one on the new album, of course. It's called Nestle Down, and it's just a lovely song, really. That, well, I love, personally. I love singing this one. But,
Why, thank you, Jeff. It is. It's a very sweet song. Actually, we've not played this since, my goodness, I don't think we've played this since the August gig, which is quite remarkable.
Crumbs.
That is amazing. Can't believe that. It's a song inspired by the Dartford Warbler. I'm just going to nip back here and get me tuner. Because I fear there may be a wee bit of tuning to do. The temperature has dropped by around about 15 degrees in here. So everything is going very, very sharp.
Fingers are going a little bit stiff.
Yes, a little bit stiff. Yeah, so we'll see how this one goes because it's about the most finger picky. This particular track, but it is inspired by the Dartford Warbler and I guess the struggle of the Dartford Warbler, because it doesn't migrate. This bird, it has to suffer. It has to suffer through whatever the British weather throws at it, and in the 1960s, it was brought almost to the brink of extinction because there were a couple of really bad winters back to back. And so the population of mating pairs of Dartford warblers was brought down almost to single figures. And it's been recovering ever since. And we're pleased to say that it can be found on many of the heathlands in Dorset and also the heathlands of Dartford, obviously. But that's probably where it was first found, I think. But we find the Dartford Warbler a bit of a kindred spirit in that we too suffer through the shorter days. And I think possibly this year more than ever, oh my goodness, have you ever looked forward to spring more? I don't think anybody could.
I heard somebody saying there should be a campaign to make the clocks go forward at the end of February this year rather than the end of March, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. But yeah, we're definitely ready for spring.
We are, and this is a song about the shorter days gradually drawing out to become the longer days, and when the sun comes out and the days are warm, you turn your face to the sun and sing your little heart out. That's really what this is about. Oh God, with a rambling introduction like that, you would really hope that this was in tune by now. But again, at least you know we're recording this live. Jay's wondering. He's wondering, should I talk? Or is John going to chastise me if I now talk? The answer, Jay, is John is going to chastise you. So keep your mouth shut.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not happy with it. I'm sorry. Right, hang on.
I think maybe we will cut that little bit out.
We won't. Hang on. I'm nearly there.
Well, you've got the power to fast forward it, ladies and gentlemen.
It
sounds good to me.
I think we're there, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Excellent. Okay, nestle down.
Gathering clouds hang low, cold as the shadows grow. Look with your red, green eyes, the others take to the skies. There's mist in the air, sweet yellow flowers in bloom hung over dark green broom. High tide out of sight, pale smooth and glossy white. There's warmth in the air above, but nestled down deep, my love will wait while the days go long. Here where we both lay alone. Songs through the heart, day's light, fledglings in bobbing flight, low across sun, baked sands, sprites of this humble land. There's life in the air above, so lift up your head, my love, and sing while the days live long. Here where we both lay alone. There's life in the air above, so lift up your head, my love, and sing while the days live long. Here where we both lay alone.
God, I feel quite emotional singing that. It's just one of those songs that I don't know if it's just what we're all going through together at the moment, and just that hope of just something better being around the corner.
It's
My
coming.
goodness,
It's coming.
It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness me! I think we're at the last song of the evening. The last song of the evening, apart from the ones that come after this.
That may or may not come after this. But, yes.
There's quite a lot of things I need to do on the desk before this song goes ahead and goes ahead properly.
Good job, John.
I don't think anyone actually comes for our music. I think they just come to watch us mess things up. I think that's probably more the case. So let's look at this then. We're going to mute those two. My hands are so cold, the touch screen is not actually working anymore.
Yes. I can just about feel my fingers.
Okay, I think that's it. Yes, that's there. So, last song of the evening. Last song of the evening. And it's going to be a nice cheery one because we wanted to kind of ramp up towards hope and then to something a little bit summery, which this definitely is, because it is called You Who Wander. And it is our ode
To walking.
to walking, basically, our ode to the joy that we get from being out in the landscape, putting one foot in front of the other. And I suppose at the moment, I think everybody is maybe feeling the same, really. You know, your one bit of state-sanctioned daily exercise each day, you start to really realize just how important it is to be outside under the sky. This involves quite a lot of fast finger movement. Just get a little bit of blood in the fingers before we start. Let's give this a go, Dave.
Let's.
You Who Wander.
You Who Wander.
You who wander, you who roam, may safe paths guide you from your home to the can-crowned mountains, to the spray-soaked sand, to the field-fringed hillside, as you walk this land. You who ramble, you who drift, may your views be clear and your storms pass swift over heathland, moorland, forest, track, climbing stile and hedgerow, there without your back. You who scramble, you who stroll at the outdoors in to feed your soul with a glint of winter and the promise of spring. White swallows in summer and the auburn autumn grain. You who ramble, you who range, may the hills you love always be unchanged, and the map and compass always guide you down when the sun's in the west and your path is homeward bound.
The end.
The end, everybody. Oh my goodness. It really has been a real pleasure to put this together for you this evening. You know there's another song, so we're not going to do the going off thing, because frankly it looks
There's
really...
too many cables to trip over.
It
Yeah,
looks
so,
really, really dark out there. We can't see anything. We definitely don't want to trip over. You know there's another song. In fact, there might be more than one. We maybe. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Before we do anything else, though, we want to say a few big thank yous. This is an incredible building. It's beautiful. We've had the privilege of playing here a couple of times now, and we're incredibly grateful to the team here at St. James's for letting us come in under, let's face it, what is quite tricky conditions at the moment. So to Sharon and to Nick and to Lucy and everybody else here, thank you so much for having us. And we must also say a massive thank you to Andrew Marsh and his assistant Tim, who've done a not many applause actually happening in here, but we feel that those guys have done an amazing job. We've had the privilege of working with them before as well, and it's a lovely, lovely treat to have you guys along for the ride. So thanks for all your efforts, boys. It's been brilliant. And now I need to move, I think.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Otherwise, I'll be on the wrong mic. So we're going to finish with a final song from the album. I'm going to let Jay introduce it while I get the desks out.
It's Farewell Shanty, and again, this is one that we have been singing for yonks, and a lot of people have asked us to record this and to put it onto an album, because it's just our favourite way to finish an evening.
It is.
And
even though we're not going to finish the evening with it today, but
you're blowing the surprise.
oh, sorry, because there might be another song after it. But anyway. But yeah, it's a lovely one. It's called Farewell Shanty, and I can't remember what key we're going to sing it in. Is that what we sing it in? Yes. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Jay. I'll take your word for it.
It is time to go now. Hold away your anchor. Hold away your anchor. 'Tis our sailing time. Set her on a course now. Hold away your halyards. Hold away your halyards. 'Tis our sailing time. Get some sail upon her. Hold away your foresheets. Hold away your foresheets. 'Tis our sailing time. Waves are crashing under. Hold away down Chiano. Hold away down Chiano. On the evening tide. When my time is over, hold away for heaven. Hold away for heaven. 'Tis my resting time. It is time to go now. Hold away your anchor. Hold away your anchor. 'Tis our sailing time.
Farewell Shanty.
Farewell Shanty. Should we actually do a bow, Jay? There's not enough room in our living room to do a bow. Should we do that?
Take a step back.
Should we go take a step up?
Yes.
Okay, and we do the thing with the arms, and then we go down. Oh my goodness. This feels really nice. I can't remember when we last did a bow. It might have been August for the outdoor gig, actually. There was probably just about enough space there to do a bow. We're going to sing you one more song.
Yeah.
We never do double encores, but this is, we'll assume that you're clapping and whooping, and we're going to play you one. Unfortunately, we've run out of songs off the new album, so we're not going to be able to do that. So we'll play you one off one from a few albums.
Mm-hmm. I think in honour of our woodland that we may or may not have planted by the time that you're watching this,
Let's assume we plant.
we're going to sing The Weeds because we've got to mulch. We've got to mulch like there's no tomorrow to make sure the weeds don't grow around our trees.
We have to suppress weeds for at least the first 2 years. So we thought we'd end with this in honour of everyone who's helped make that project a reality.
Thank you to everyone who donated to help us keep our trees weed-free.
How long ago it is time to recall in my mind that we planted those fields in happier times. So we go corn and barley at the start of the spring as we tilled earth together and dreamt what our harvest would bring. But I was foolish and weak and I cast you aside. Now our fields they have withered and my spirit has died. Now the wind whistles through the old mortar and stone, and I sit here and watch as the weeds lay their claim to our home.
Are you ready?
And they grow, grow, grow. They plot to overthrow. I've boarded the windows and given the deeds to the brambles, the creepers, the weeds. By the green poisoned ivy, my house has been sacked. Faces of my 3 children and crooked and cracked, and the pink rhododendron has salted the earth so that nothing can grow, at least nothing of any great worth. And they grow, grow, grow. They plot to overthrow. I've boarded the windows and given the deeds to the brambles, the creepers, the weeds. I'll go over this house as I sit here alone. It's your love, not my family, that made it a home. If I'd only thought better at the start of the spring, we'd still have our fields and the hope of what autumn would bring. And they grow, grow, grow. They plot to overthrow. I've boarded the windows and given the deeds to the brambles, the creepers, the weeds. And they grow, grow, grow. They plot to overthrow. I've boarded the windows and given the deeds to the brambles, the creepers, the weeds. And they grow, grow, grow. They plot to overthrow. I've boarded the windows and given the deeds
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
It has been an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for your support. Thank you for coming along. If you haven't got a copy of the album yet, there's good news.
There's plenty in our loft, so...
So please do take them off our hands. But hey, look, don't go anywhere. It's not the end of the evening because we're going to hand back to the other John and Jay for one of our, surprisingly popular Q&A sessions. We're always slightly blown over by the fact that so many of you come and join us for a drink at our gaff after the show. But today it feels like, it's the after party, really.
Totally.
Isn't it? So
Yes. We'll see you there.
We'll see you there. Thanks a lot for listening.
And that, as they say, was that.
What's that?
Oh.
A Pocket Full of Acorns has, been well and truly launched.
Yes, it has.
yeah.
It's been a really strange year, hasn't it? And I think
Yeah.
as far as album launches go, that's certainly the weirdest one we've ever done. But in many ways, it's kind of, I don't know. I think this album we feel kind of more emotional about than all the others because it was recorded in such difficult conditions and
Well,
circumstances.
the studio was lovely.
Oh, the studio's great. It was just the fact we couldn't get into the studio when we were meant to be getting into it. So, the last Q&A, there was a bit of a delay between the end of the concert and the start of the Q&A because there was some convoluted technical problems. Again, with YouTube. There have been no technical problems today thus far, ladies
don't
and
say
gentlemen. I'm looking at my little warning messages here and there aren't any.
We're
And
okay,
that's
we're good.
really, really good. So we're going to go straight into the Q&A.
So feel free to stay as long as you like, or go to bed.
As long
That's
as you
fine.
like, or whatever. The tankard of truth.
It's pretty full.
It is rather overflowing, and I have a sneaking suspicion we are not going to get through all of these because there's hundreds of them. All of them very, very good, as it happens.
We got through to 11 o'clock last time, didn't we? I think, and time took us by surprise.
the plan is not to
But,
go on for quite that long because I know
yeah.
some of you maybe were thinking that it might be time for bed.
Yes.
Cheers, by the
Oh,
way.
yes, cheers.
This is the after party, so there you go. In lovely new glasses, in fact, a gift from Jay's mum.
My birthday present from my mother.
Designed specifically for quaffing ale out of. They're shaped in such a way that you get the aroma of the ale.
They've got a couple of other Christmas presents, birthday presents as well. We've got Cedric up here.
A few comments about Cedric. I have to say I was a little surprised when Jay unwrapped that one.
Very odd shape for a present, but
Named after our favourite bird, who I think is a raven rather than a crow. Oh,
some kind of corvid.
No, let's not get. He's a corvid of some kind. Let's
Yes.
not get into this debate. But he lives at the Banks Arms, and he is called Cecil H for Horatio Wonkbeak. And we've named him Cecil. I'm pretty sure that's a crow though. But anyway, you could let us know.
And also my lovely, lovely sister. I'm doing this in the mirror. Sorry. There we go.
I'm going to hold this up. So these are a few new things. Look at that. Roses and lilies and daffodillies. And if this is not cool enough already, that writing there, that's Jay's handwriting, which Paris, Jay's sister, has burnt into this piece of wood.
She's multi-talented.
She's actually imitated Jay's own handwriting, and it's a pretty amazing imitation. Incredible.
So thank you for those, lovely people.
So I think we should probably just
I think it's time to delve.
let's just dive in.
Yeah,
let's just
shall
dive
we?
in. Are we going to go alternate?
Yeah.
Alternate again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Hello, John and Jay. Please, could you talk us through your musical choices in the re-recording of Come January for the new album? In the earlier recording on Kingdom, the track is much faster and, dare I say it, jauntier, with a different arrangement and instruments. Why did you decide to slow it down and make the recent musical choices that you did? Well, it's a very good question. And we love questions that kind of nitty-gritty questions. Well, the simple truth of it is, the version of Come January that is on A Pocket Full of Acorns is the original version of Come January that I wrote probably, what was our first year of uni?
2003.
2003. So I probably wrote it 2004, and it was written on a piano, and it was the slower version. When we started gigging as Nine Barrow,
All we
didn't
had
have-
was a ukulele.
yeah, we didn't have the piano. We just made a decision that we weren't going to use piano because that's what I'd always done, and we needed to pad the set out.
We needed ukulele songs that we could take, carry the ukulele around very much more portably than the piano. And
And I could
so
only
we-
play in G on the ukulele at that point, and it just seemed to fit quite well. So we went with, and I only knew like one strumming pattern as well. So that's why it's a little faster, because I just didn't know how to play the ukulele any slower at that point, which is, I mean, we're all friends here, right? I'm willing to admit that back then I was not particularly good at playing the ukulele. So I haven't got much better since then, actually. But there you go. Great question.
Yes,
Great
so-
question.
Next one. We have, would you talk a bit about the Dorset dialect and perhaps give us some pronunciation tips? I thought you got rid
I think Jay was. Did you just say I thought you'd got rid of that question?
It'd make us war. Get my granddad on. That's what we need to get. My granddad's got a
Taking
great
any
Dorset
questions out.
dialect.
But I have, the thing is, right, I have actually read all of the questions in advance, just in case a prop was needed. Wait for it.
It's got props.
Ah, a glossary of the Dorset dialect with grammar of its own. That's paint, by the way, on there. I've been doing a bit of redecorating. Word shape. What does it say? Shaping. Shapening? I can't even
And
read it.
wording. Oh, yeah, word shapening.
Well, I thought that's what it said. I'm sorry, I got rid of the paint. Word shapening and wording. And this is by William Barnes. Truth be told, we can't talk to you a lot about the.
We'd feel pretty much like we were hacking that, really, to be honest. But
There is a reason why when we adapt a William Barnes poem, we don't sing it in Dorset dialect. But this actually, it's a great book because sometimes it's the word choices in William Barnes poems are actually quite hard to decipher sometimes, and so having a glossary is very, very helpful. But it also deals with some of the pronunciations, the diphthongs, and all that kind of jazz.
But I do think, as a general rule, if you think sort of Devon and Cornwall, the Dorset dialect isn't really too much far.
Jay's
removed
family
from that.
slipped into it because Jay's
We don't know
granddad has got quite not a thick Dorset accent, but definitely a Dorset accent. And so when Jay's family get together for kind of like parties and stuff, you suddenly realise actually there's a real kind
I
of.
didn't realise we're doing it.
It's a bit of a burr. There's a bit of a burr running through the room. I pretty much answered your question, Jay. So I
Yes.
think you should do another one.
Okay, fine.
Go on.
What have we got? John and Jay, what was the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you in your previous professions? John, I'm a teacher and have many. Is it?
Okay, so we both get to answer this. Go on, you
Yeah.
go first then.
Oh, embarrassing. There's one that really sticks out in my mind. It's a classic. It could happen anywhere though. When you're on the loo and you've forgotten to lock the bathroom, and one of your esteemed colleagues
In a GP surgery.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I can never not think about that moment now. Whenever I'm.
Whenever you're on the toilet. Oh God, haunted. Oh wow.
That was embarrassing. Anyway.
Haunting. Oh, mine's easy, right? Okay, let me paint you a picture here because this is indelibly marked on my psyche. You wake up in bed, okay, and you're aware that something is wrong. Okay, there's no alarm going off. It is winter, and the room is far too light, and you're aware that you usually go to work when it's dark. One day, I used to play quite a bit of volleyball when I was in a volleyball team, and I'd played a match quite late at night. I was very tired. My phone fell out of my pocket in the car. My alarm did not go off. Jay was doing night shifts at the time, and the first thing I was aware of was the front door opening as Jay got back from his
I'd
night
actually
shift.
got back from the shift and I was thinking, oh, John's car's still here.
And Jay said, "Why aren't you at work?" As I
think you were actually-
screamed multiple obscenities as I grabbed yesterday's clothes, put them on, and my little Peugeot 106 went sideways out of our flat.
The thing is, I think John was actually known at the time, we call him Mr. Clipboard still. John was known very much at the time for always being the first person in school, or every day. And
I was there like clockwork, 6:45 every day. And I was
people were
always,
actually worried about him, though. We didn't turn up.
People
We were
thought
like,
I was dead.
John, are you okay?
And the headmaster was waiting in the car park And I thought, this was my first year of teaching, my NQT year. I thought, I'm for it. Like, I'm in serious trouble. And I got out of the car. I thought I was going to get a real telling off. And he said, "Are you okay? Everybody is really worried because you're never late." And I was like, "No, I just overslept. I'm really, really sorry." And he said, "That's fine. As long as you're okay, that's absolutely fine." I have never, ever forgotten.
You got a prize for that, didn't you,
I
actually?
did. We used to have something called it was the teapot, the chrome teapot, which was given to members of staff who'd done particularly stupid things. Or the chrome watering can, I think it was. Anyway, I got to keep that for a few weeks.
For a while, yeah.
So there you go. There you go. I'm gonna not sleep very well now. Okay, quite a few people asking about this. If we've had multiple kind of versions of the same question, we've oiked the other ones out. Any idea when your next live gig will be? The Riverside Barn in Walton, Surrey, are having their folk festival in September. It would be lovely to see you there. Well, I can tell you we're not booked for that. But in terms of live gigs, we're getting to a stage now where I think it's for live events, it's still pretty dicey up to the end of the summer, insofar as yes, events may well be able to go ahead. That's absolutely fine. But it's the selling of tickets for events which is still kind of a little bit up and down. So we actually haven't, apart from our walk-in holidays and a couple of festivals which we really hope are going to go ahead, we are not planning on touring again until kind of September, October time. That's when we've got dates booked in the like back-to-back dates where you get in the car and drive places and do things.
Remember those days.
Remember those days. Those wonderful heady days. So we're really looking at the autumn, I think, as probably the next time where we hopefully hit the road. But we have a smattering of gigs we really hope are going to go ahead. We've got 3 walk-in holidays. We've got Purbeck Valley Folk Festival. We've got Lyme Folk Weekend. You know, all of those we're really hoping are going to be able to go ahead. But already we've had festivals in that summer period that have already said, for whatever reason, the situation is just not clear enough for them yet, or the venue is just not quite right for social distancing or whatever.
And it's so tricky. I think they've had their fingers burnt a few times now over the past year with cancelling, rebooking and cancelling rebooked gigs, and it's not fun.
I mean, we actually have now, I literally have lost count of the number of gigs that have fallen by the wayside and have to somehow be rebooked. It's more than could be done in the space of the whole of this year now. And probably most of next year. So it's a really difficult one. The autumn.
Yes.
That's when we're hoping to hit the road.
In summary, the autumn, yes.
That was my question, wasn't it?
It was a question. So, next one. Hi, John and Jake. This is Ellery from Wiltshire. Do you feel that your connections with your devout Ninebarrow fan base has improved and been enriched by the lockdown with greater regular contact? And having watched every one of your live streams throughout this pandemic, I feel the lockdown has actually brought my fave musicians closer, even with social distance. Cheers. And the answer is yes. You know, we completely agree. It's been so much fun getting to, firstly trying to make some new projects up for you guys. I'm sure you do realise, how much we want to make sure everything is perfect for you, and we always want to keep it fresh and new for you. But then, just like tonight, watching ourselves, that's the awkward bit, but actually watching the comments coming from you guys, it just makes us so happy. And
it's been in so many ways, it's been an amazing year for our music and the development of our relationship with you guys. And I think we've probably said it in previous Q&As. It's the thing that keeps us going, really. So yes, I think. Right, go on. Let's delve in. Who do you rate as up-and-coming British folkies at the moment? That's a really good question. I think there's a lot of really good up-and-coming British folkies. I suppose, and this isn't like an advertisement, but our favourite kind of up-and-coming British folkies are the people we book for our walk-in holidays, actually. So the young people we have doing our support slots for maybe the more well-established acts.
That's the guys that we've seen, like we've come across when we've been doing festivals and things like that, or they've been our support acts at other concerts, and we've just been,
so we got,
love you guys.
We've got Rosie Calvert and Will Finn of the Teacups, who are absolutely brilliant. They kind of take vocal harmony and do something quite different with it. And Rosie plays the steel pan.
It's amazing how well Caribbean steel pan goes well with English folk. It's
amazing.
quite-
Yeah, I mean, you would think you'd hear that combination and think it just wouldn't work, but
No,
it
it does.
absolutely does. Ben Chipola, he's probably not folky exactly, but he did a
He's
support for us.
Very
And
jazzy, wonderful.
if you can listen to, basically, I mean, if you even got a grin plastered on your face while you're listening to him, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
I
You
genuinely
could probably
believe
listen
that.
to him like sing and play the phone book. I think he's got that one of those voices, but it's just like, yeah, you'd love it.
And he loves it. He loves singing, and his enthusiasm just comes across. Odette Michelle, who's also part of the holidays as well. She's
Such an incredible voice.
incredible songwriter, and an incredible voice as well. Alden Patterson, Dashwood, brilliant trio. They also Christina and her partner, and I'm trying to remember if that's Dashwood or Patterson. I can't remember. I should know that. I think.
Anyway,
I
they're
think
an amazing trio.
I think the former, but they also play as a duo, and they're great at that as well. And I think those guys got another album coming out quite soon. Yeah, I think that's probably enough to be going on with. But those are some of our faves, anyway. Go on.
Oh, okay.
It's you. It's you. The tankard is just out of screenshot.
What have we got? In the good old days when you toured, did you have a favourite type and size of venue to perform in? We've seen you in Ruskin Mill, Nailsworth,
yeah.
which can cram in about 60 folk in a real push. I remember that one. And as a member of the audience, I think that the acoustics are great. You've now got your band, though, so will you concentrate on bigger venues and halls in the future? So I suppose, it's... We love playing with the band. We absolutely love it. And we definitely, obviously we had plans early in this year to do some bigger venues because we had a bigger stage to play on and bigger venues to have more people, but we still love, I still think our favourite places to sing are churches, and big or small, being able to really belt things out into the
Amazing
acoustics.
It's to be honest, it's less about the venue and the size of the venue for me, more about the vibe with the people that are in the venue. You can play a gig. Yeah, I mean, there are gigs and gigs. I mean, most of our gigs are really enjoyable, but you can play a gig in a small venue, and
we've played some tiny ones. There's one not much bigger than this dining room before.
But it's about the people that are in that room, and if the people in the room are up for it, and there's a bit of banter between you and them, you could be playing to 400 people, or you could be playing to 40 people. It wouldn't really matter. I think it's less about the venue. It's more about the people in the audience, I think. But that was your question anyway.
No, I think we can answer. We can both answer them.
Oh, okay, we're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no. Okay, put that
Is that
one.
actually a question? Or
It
is
is,
that just a cut-off?
it's a thin little one I chopped off the bottom of the piece of paper. I guess by the time you get to answer this, you'll have planted your woodland. Can you tell us how you managed it in the end? Was it just the two of you? Did you get help? How long did it take? Did you develop a system? Well, some of that I think we've answered already, probably by the video we showed you guys. So the bits that maybe we haven't answered is we know there's just four of us. How long did it take? Well, the saplings were delivered on Tuesday, but I spent the day marking out on Monday. So really it was kind of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So six full days working on it.
Literally sunrise to sunset. I
was pretty whip cracking.
very good at that.
I was pretty whip cracking. I was like, sunrise is at 10 to 7. We will be out there working at 10 to 7. We've
At
got to
one
make
point, because normally the alarm would go off at 6 o'clock. On the last day, he was talking about getting the alarm set for 5:30. I had to draw the line there.
It's like Jim's like, absolutely not. No, we're not doing this. No,
Never going to happen.
No,
You can. I said you can knock yourself out, but
the system that we developed hinged more on which part of our bodies were hurting too much to continue working, really. So I think on day 3 of the planting, Jay and I kind of worked solely as a team because there were just bits of me that I couldn't bend down or do this or that or the other, and we had some quite important filming on the Friday and the Monday, and for the Monday I had to be able to play. Still can't tell you about that
had to
filming.
have fingers.
Still can't tell you about that filming, but it's very exciting. If it all happens, guys, you're going to be very excited because we are. But yeah, so I was like, Jay, I can't do this anymore because I can't. There was one day I couldn't make a fist really, like I couldn't move my hand because you're spending so much time kind of picking up. The soil was really, really hard to work with. every video you see on a Woodland Trust, here's how you plant a sapling. It's this beautiful kind of crumbly soil, and you just dig it out, and in it goes, and everything's marvellous. Well, the videos they don't show you is when it's clay. And the clay, you can't, once you dig the hole out, the sapling goes into it, you don't have anything to backfill because it's solid. So you have to then break that clay up so that you can actually fill in around the roots, because otherwise you're going to end up with stacks of air pockets which will fill with water, which will then freeze even at this time of year if we get a cold snap, which we did on the Friday or the Saturday.
That was another bit of fun, first thing in the mornings. But
So yeah, we did develop a system, but there was no real rhyme or reason to it. It was like,
No.
my
Whatever.
hands are hurting, Jay, can you do this?
and I'd step in, then I'd start to hurt, and we'd swap back.
Even Bionic Kevin was even Kevin at the end was saying, my back's really hurting now, and that man is just like a machine. So it was almost reassuring to know that he is in fact human and not some kind of bionic skeleton. There you go. I think
Yes.
we've answered that.
I think so.
Go
Yeah.
on, it's yours.
Next one. Are you like Ant and Dec? And does Jay always stand on John's right on stage? Am I like Ant and Dec? Maybe you can answer your
They're
own things
slightly
there, but
better paid, I think. If I was to make a general observation,
Probably slightly better paid, yeah.
but no, well, Jay's on my left at the moment, which is
There's
interesting.
No, we sometimes try to sort of... We did have a phase at one point where we thought maybe we should, but then we thought there was no point. And it didn't make sense.
There's a very good reason why Jay... We've got some other props here, right? There's a very good reason why Jay is generally on my right.
because
Because of this. And when we first started off, we were generally playing really small venues, very small stages. And there were really awkward moments when you clobber your bandmate in
can't
the
rock
face with the... There you go, I'll take that away.
thank you.
These are actually prop for another question if it comes out. But,
So the
that's
answer
why.
to that is no. We
No,
don't have a
but-
particular set
no,
side.
but no. You see what I mean. Anyway. So, okay, right. Hang on. This is quite a long one. So this is from Tony and Kate at Horton Village Hall. Hello, Tony and Kate. Been listening to the new album. Okay. Here's the question. If the album had been on vinyl rather than CD, this is a great question, and had two sides, and had all the quirks of being the outside or the inside track, would you have a different order to the songs? See, there are
Never thought of it like that.
there's another question about the order of the songs in there somewhere, and I think we should answer this at the same time. Someone I think said, "How do you come up with the order?" Well, the answer
It matters. Like, yeah,
Does matter.
We really want to make an album, as a whole set piece, and it's got to flow.
There's 3 or 4 questions that relate to this actually, so we can answer them all in one hit, because somebody in there has asked, when you listen to albums, do you listen on shuffle or do you listen to them as a complete work?
Always a complete set for me.
If I sit down, for instance, to watch, to listen to Counting Crows, August and Everything After, which is one of my favourite albums, I will listen to it from start to finish. However, I've got massive playlists where I've taken favourite tracks, and sometimes I'm just feeling like a bit of folk or a bit of chill out or a bit of classical or whatever. But if I'm going to listen to an album, I wouldn't put the album on shuffle. I would definitely listen from start to finish. And we do take that job quite seriously when we do the track listing.
We've got we put little things on the wall, and we kind of
we live with
rearrange
it.
and shuffle with them.
Yeah, it's around there in the lounge, and we do A4 bits of paper with the name of each song. And we stick them on the wall in an order that we think's right, and we leave it there for a few days and just let it absorb in. And then you're like, no, that's not quite right. And you switch one around, and sometimes they go upwards up the wall, like almost kind of showing the energy flow between songs. So would we change the order if it was on vinyl? My instinct would be no, I wouldn't, because the energy flow would still be the same. I suppose if you weren't going to take up the full sides of each side of the record, you'd want to think of where your caesura was going to be, where your gap was going to be, and like maybe
Is that a fancy word? Did you say?
caesura is the name of
Caesura?
it.
Never come across that.
It's the break in a piece of poetry between 2 lines.
Okay,
Pretty certain I made that up.
I'm going to believe
It's
you.
also the name of a sword in a Patrick Rothfuss book. There you go.
Okay.
Full of useless information. It's like the chop. It's the chop between 2 lines.
I know. I think once we'd agreed on a set list, I think we'd probably keep it as much as we possibly could because there's a reason for it.
Yeah, definitely. That was my question.
Okay.
Cool.
Follow-up question. Oh, so and when you listen to an
How you
album,
pick-
do you? Oh,
So right, Tony and Kate, their question was like this long, and so I decided I was going to chop it in half to make it two separate questions. And what are the chances that Jay has just picked
this
out
is
the
shuffled,
same? They
and I
are
had just picked it
shuffled.
up. So yes,
Remarkable, guys. You are lucky. Okay,
yes.
go on.
I said no. And do you listen on shuffle or do you play it sequentially?
Oh, we've already answered
Yes,
it. Well, there you go. It was your question.
Thank you.
Ah, well, good. Go on, Jay. Have
Thank
another
you.
one. Have another one.
Hi there, we have really enjoyed all of these live shows, so thank you very much for all your efforts and well done to all involved. In a way, you sort of pre-answered my question to some extent by stating that all your performances are now available to download and to keep, but I was wondering if you have any plans to release a compilation live album of some of your most requested songs, and likewise a best of live DVD. Thank you, Keith and Carol. I've got no idea to that answer, so I don't know why John was looking at me for that.
Because John does all that kind of stuff. Is that what you're saying?
We've definitely spoken about it. We leave nothing off the table, really. But
I suppose it's really difficult because I feel like our sound guy who works with us for the band shows and does the sound for Lime Folk Weekend, Richard, sent me a message, and I hope he's watching. He said he was really impressed with the sound tonight, which is a lovely thing to hear because he's a great sound guy. So it means a lot coming from someone who does it a lot better than I can do it, you know. So, but the thing that I think I'm aware of is that we've got better as the pandemic has gone on. And so putting a compilation album together would be hard because we've upgraded equipment during the course of the pandemic. And not only that, we've got better at using it each time. So I would say that from a technical standpoint, the gig you guys have just watched, obviously we had our producer do the band show, so that was a bit different. The sound was probably, I think, about as good as we've ever got it. But if you wind back to the first gig, there would be a noticeable dip in, not a dip in enthusiasm, but perhaps a dip perhaps in the quality. So,
But having said that, this is one of those things where actually, when we listen to things back that we've recorded ourselves, we pick things apart to the nth degree in a way that most people, when they were listening to us, wouldn't have a clue about. So
it would be a challenge to put it together because they would sound quite different as you went from track to track. But never say never.
Never say never.
We will think about it. Is that okay? Yes. I hope so. Was that your question or mine?
I picked it out, but
I
you
answered
answered
it. Go on.
Okay.
There's a running theme here, ladies and gentlemen. There.
Next is the most pressing question of all. When you start touring again, how on earth will you decide where to go and how to fit it all in? So many people want to see you perform again. Stanton St John Church first, please. For Julian, Lynn, Dan and Alex.
Oh, cheers, guys. Well, Julian, who I suspect has written that question. I was going to answer your question again.
Well, I think
It's because I booked the tours.
John is Mr. Clipboard, but we have been thinking about it so much, and I think as John alluded to, in the previous sort of previous answer to this, is that it is difficult to know when we're going to be able to really properly book tours again without knowing exactly what the future holds for the whole coronavirus restrictions and everything like that, and also as John said before, things have been rebooked to such an extent that there's not a lot of gaps anymore for the next year or so. So
I think we're at a stage where we will now start to book tours for the autumn, hoping for the best. We maybe won't go crazy. We maybe won't go crazy and book like 20 dates because we just need to leave a bit of room to maneuver if things don't go as well as obviously we're all hoping that they're going to go.
Yeah.
How do you decide where to go first? Well, the simple truth of it is that we still have dates that are in the diary for autumn this year. Those are the last dates, though. We literally, other than walking holidays and like the odd festival, we have no bookings in the diary for 2022 at the moment, which for us
it's weird because we got very used to working at
2
least
years
a year ahead. Yeah, up to
2
years
18
ahead.
months to 2 years ahead was not unusual for us to be booking up. And to go into a situation now where we have nothing, we have pretty much free reign, but obviously we'll try and prioritise a lot of the bookings that were cancelled and postponed. It's very challenging though, because a lot of art centres particularly have no availability, because they've rescheduled all of their cancelled dates, which means if you're looking to try and get a date at a new venue like an art centre, chances are you might not be able to get one until end of 2022, 2023. Which makes me rather thankful that we do a lot of rural touring and play churches and village halls, because actually I think churches and village halls possibly will have slightly more flexibility than the art centres. But I think it will be, it's going to be happening pretty soon. It's on my list of things to do to start booking them up. Stanton St. John, it's on the list. Definitely on the list. Right, I'm going to delve in. Okay. Do you have any plans for using the Woodland Project for educational purposes, such as videos, creative activities, group visits? Well, it's a really good question. That's a separate question to whether or not we're ever going to put music on there, which we've already said we'd love to do at some point. The answer to this is absolutely. For me, the whole notion of the Woodland Project, yes, it was about offsetting our carbon footprint, but that once the trees are in the ground and they're growing, that job, provided you maintain them and you suppress the weeds and you help them where needed and you do all your maintenance, that the trees will eventually take care of themselves. I mean, they are going to grow, and we just have to look after them. Well, what else do you do with that thing that you've created? Well, I want to develop the website. I want to develop a website for the Woodland in its own right, where there will be access to webcams and stuff like that so people can see it develop. But also in a wider kind of sense, I would love to be able to highlight to people that we've always said, not everyone's lucky enough to have family who've got a whacking great big field that they can go and plant trees in and offset their carbon footprint. And sometimes the issue of the climate emergency that we face as a species can seem overwhelming, but actually we've always said that it's within everybody's power to do probably a little more than we're all doing at the moment. And I would love to create a platform where we use the Woodland as a way to give people ideas about how they can maybe make changes in their life to help combat climate change.
And thanks to all of your donations, I mean, you've really set the scene for that. You've really made it possible that we're actually going to be able to get all this off the ground. So again, thank you. If you haven't heard us say it before, thank you so much for all of your donations towards this project. Because
I
I'm
absolutely
so excited about it.
All of those things. I mean, videos, creative activities, group visits. Don't know about group visits, but
It's one of those things that, because we have to get planning permission, I would have thought, for that, wouldn't you? And it's all in
visits?
terms of if we were going to make something out of it more official. I mean, it's going to be.
No, I don't think it's an issue of planning permission. I just think it's an issue. Probably for us, it's an issue of time and how much time have we got. But yeah, we'd love to use it for that. Anyway,
Absolutely.
go on, Jane.
Okay.
Go on, Jane.
Right.
We're so not going to get through all these. It's a mammoth.
Any advice for a young un who isn't sure what they want to do with life, apart from playing music and being outdoors? Also, thank you for your music. It gives me both joy and sadness, and it's very cathartic. So thank you very much. So, in terms of any advice for what you somebody you don't know what to do with life,
We don't know how young this person is.
No.
One person's young and is another.
I suppose really, the advice would be, that there's got to be an element of following your dreams. I mean,
Absolutely.
you've got to kind of give it a go and see what happens.
But have a backup dream.
Have a backup dream, yeah. For us, we did kind of, music has always been a huge part of our life, and I remember John, even as we were growing up, we were in school together, and John wanted to be he made a band together to start off with, and you were doing the singer-songwriter stuff when you
Always wanted to be a professional musician. It's always what I've wanted to do.
But
I also wanted to be a hobbit at one point, but that was another phase.
But it's blooming hard work. Being a professional musician is hard work, and it sounds like it's the dream, and it is the dream when you can make it work. But it's difficult to get things going, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you've got to have that passion to go there, and you've got to be able to sell yourself and not be afraid. I think the biggest thing in
I've just
our
seen
music is
something's just come up on the YouTube comments. PY Mark says, "This is my question. 21
as a
is a
young'un,
young'un, right?"
absolutely, yeah.
Yes, that definitely counts as young'un.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and it's the kind of thing, not if you're gonna do it for a profession, you not be afraid to sell yourself and to put value on your music. I think is important, isn't it? And
Yeah, so many people I think come into music. It's really difficult.
I struggle, I think, most of all with that. I mean, it's the sort of thing people, to put a value on anything artistic is.
But it's
is
a
really
hobby.
difficult.
It's a hobby for a
Yeah.
lot of people, music. So to make the transition from it being a hobby into being full-time work that's going to pay the mortgage and the bills, it's a hard transition. So, like, I mean, my advice is go for it. Absolutely go for it, because it's worth all the hard work.
It is.
But my absolute definite advice is that run something else in tandem with it, because you only got to look at this year to know that it's not always a secure way of earning a living, music. So to have something to fall back on, like being a doctor or being a supply teacher, which is kind of what we did. Thankfully, I've not had to go back into the classroom. But Jay loves his job, so he does do a bit of doctoring as well. But follow your dreams. And have a backup.
can't say
And
much
have a
better than
backup
that,
dream. That's it. I mean, that's the realistic way of answering it, I think.
Yeah, whereas we did come to it a little bit later. This whole Lyndeborough thing. We were 27 when we actually picked up the ukulele and started singing.
I love how you always say we picked up the ukulele.
Well, I picked up the ukulele first.
You did it, but it makes it sound like we kind of, you were holding the neck, I was holding the. Can we do that? What would
No, we can't, John.
what would that look like if we picked up a ukulele? Oh, look. It would be very odd. It would be very odd.
It would be an USP, I think. if
Aren't
we
you
could start
glad
doing
I
that.
brought props, everybody?
Yes.
Next question. Probably been asked before, but I'm interested to know, is there anything that you miss from your previous lives of GP and teacher? I'm imagining it's a straight no, but still interested. For me, I suppose... Well, I spend a lot of time with Jay, obviously. I spend a lot of time in the office on my own as well. I am happy in my own company. I miss some of my colleagues. We used to have a lot of fun together, and I do miss some of that camaraderie. And I miss the one. I mean, I was a primary school teacher, so I don't know, just the beauty of kids and the willingness to run with something and the desire to learn. Is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And if you can harness that, I would say that, aside from music, some of the best moments of my life have been in the classroom with a group of 30 or 34, if they squeeze them in a lot, kids doing something that they're all really, really passionate about. And when a classroom is working well, it's like an incredible well-oiled machine, just kind of pumping away, all bits kind of working as they should. There's something really satisfying about that, and I do occasionally miss it, but not that often.
And me, because I still, I'm actually working fairly regularly at the moment with one of the surgery that I used to work at before. I had to hand my contract in to do much more work with Lyndeborough, because I had to hand that contract in because we were doing so many, little mini tours throughout the year, and it was starting to get really difficult to get the time off. Obviously, with the pandemic going on, with us not doing so much travelling around, I've had a little bit more time to sort of do a bit extra, so I haven't really had a chance to miss much of it. But the biggest thing is, that I love being able to be a part of the team again, because I love working with the team at this place, and there's so many wonderful people who work for the NHS, and I'm sure some of you are watching, so good work, guys. But
I'm going to remind Jay just quickly that he needs to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Because he's mumbling just slightly, and I'm having to ride his level a little bit.
Okay.
He's just a little quiet.
I'll project.
He needs to project
Fine.
just a little more, James.
Okay.
And it's your question.
okay.
We have been criticised for our Q&As being a little low in volume
Okay.
sometimes.
So your voices sound sublime on the new album and seem to be getting better and better. Have you received any vocal training? Thank you for thinking that we might have done. 'Cause we haven't.
Because we haven't. No, it's one of those things actually where when we're on tour, we have talked about whether or not we should. Because it's less about, it's not about so much we can deliver one gig no problems. I think at the end of a tour we do suffer vocal fatigue a little bit.
And I think looking at, getting a vocal coach to sort of help us with that side of things, to make sure that, we don't completely rag our voices by the end of a fourth night.
And it's also about the longevity of your entire career as well. We've done a lot of YouTubing about stuff like that. We warm up now, or at least one of us warms up religiously before every gig. I love my lip trills. I love my vocal fry. That's made a massive difference for me. Treating a concert like an athletic performance, which it is, because these are muscles, and you wouldn't dream, unless you're being chased by somebody, obviously, you wouldn't dream of like sprinting 400 meters without doing a warm up. So the notion that you would, go into a gig without warming up your main muscles does seem crazy. And we did it for many, many years and kind of lost our voices a few times and had to cancel bookings because of it. And luckily that doesn't, unless we're ill, that doesn't really happen anymore.
Yeah. But no, in terms of vocal training, no, I did choir at school. I did a little bit of the amateur dramatics at university, where he taught to look at the back of the room and project your voice. So, that's my sum total of vocal training.
But thanks for thinking.
Thank you.
Have we? Oh, yeah, okay. No, we maybe haven't answered this. Intrigued by your woodland plans. What are your plans? To plant 1,000 trees. That was it. But I think we've kind of talked about the long-term plans in terms of the educational side of things. The most immediate plans is that we might need to go back and whack a few stakes in a little.
Yeah, Mother Nature was doing her very best to undo our hard work, I think, over this weekend.
50 of them were pretty wonky after the gales, which actually is not that bad, I don't think, on 1,000. But I mean, essentially, immediate plans is weed suppression. We've got to suppress the grass and meet around each of them. So mulch mats are arriving soon, actually, which is quite exciting. But will you graze livestock in the woodland to help with its management? That's a really interesting question.
And actually, but this is kind of the reason why we've got the woodland there in the first place, because the field that Mum and Kev had, they used to give it over to the sheep. There's a farmer close by who had some sheep who would graze on the land, but he retired, and so there were no more sheep to graze the land, and it was kind of going, so what are we going to do about it now? And
I think there's a school of thought that having cattle graze woodland areas can be good for the woodland. We don't know a lot about that, so it's something we probably would take advice on. Might come down to whether Kev and Vicky wanted cattle. I have no idea. But yeah, so not certain. But I think we've probably talked about the long-term plans for the.
we've got lots of ideas. Yeah.
You? I think.
Hello, John and Jay. I'd be very interested if John could tell us more about and perhaps give us a demo of his selfie stick.
Well, you're going to get another question then
Ooh, matron.
after this.
Okay, and it seems very sophisticated, the selfie stick. What make is it? Does it have a gimbal? And how do you control the camera? Thanks.
I brought props, ladies and gentlemen. I knew some.
It's a very fancy bit of kit, actually. I mean,
So
what you
this
can get these
is
days.
it's a DJI Osmo. Is it an Osmo 2? So DJI basically make drones. So it's the same type of technology you get in essentially it is called a gimbal. So for those that don't know, this thing here that stabilizes the camera. If I turn it on, I'm gonna come over it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You can see that. It's not liking. I've not.
It's great when it works.
I've
and
not
then
balanced this that well, to be honest.
It's a great tech demo, John. Well done.
Oh, it's because it's got a little bit stuck. It's got a little bit stuck. So what you end up with is if I now move the camera's over here, isn't it? If I now move this side to side, you can see that the camera is actually staying very still, but also there's a joystick so that you can do kind of nice panning shots with it as well. This is what we use for a lot of on the Wandering Minstrels. We set this up on a tripod, and it's got a kind of auto tracking mode where you can draw a box around someone, it'll track them. So it's kind of like we've got a cameraman with us. We can walk and it will track us along.
It's completely amazing what you can do.
It's a good
with
bit
a
of kit.
phone
It's a
these
good
days,
bit of
but-
kit, and it's just a kind of cheaper version of the Steadicam things that real cameramen use.
Yes.
So that's it. What was the other part of the question? Something about
Does it have a gimbal? That is a gimbal.
yes, I would call it, yeah, essentially that is a gimbal rather than a selfie stick. We do have something else that I haven't got, which is a little bit more like a selfie stick. But yes, there you go. Go on, Jay, have another question.
Okay.
I feel like I want it to become the John show.
Have you completed all? Oh, when you have completed all of the Wainwrights, will you start on the Munros? The answer is we'd love to. It's far enough to get to Cumbria though, so to even get up to Scotland is a bit of a further drive.
It's about my knees, really, isn't it? I
Yeah,
suppose.
we really hope we can get to the end of the Wainwrights with John's knee still intact. But
It's been good the last time. We can't wait to get back up to the lakes
we
again.
miss it so much.
I think the last trip to the lakes, I found a type of kinesiology tape strapping for my knee, which just has totally changed the way.
It's quite amazing, you know. For the last sort of 6 or 7 years now, you know, I've been able to walk, you know, touch wood, pretty much no problem. And John has been hobbling, definitely towards the end of a big long walk up in the hills. Going uphill is fine, and being on the flat, you know, it's absolutely fine. Coming downhill off the fells with the stomp, 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 it was really, really screwing with John's knees. And
I'm not sure whether my knees are up to the Munros, to be honest.
we'd
But
love to try.
maybe we could have
We've
another.
done one, haven't we? We've got one Munro. In the
Could be
bag.
another
We've got-
10 years before we finish the Wainwrights, to be honest. Okay. Peter
Wollabens.
Wallabens or Volabens, I don't know if Wallabens, let's say. The Hidden Life of Trees. Revealed facts about trees. That's jolly good. You would hope. Now that you are custodians of a woodland for the future, will you think of your trees, the trees that you've planted, as social beings?
Absolutely.
I consider myself now to be an ent, essentially. I mean,
A shepherd of trees.
shepherd of the forest. I mean, basically, I want to be Treebeard and help shepherd these trees into their new life and encourage them to dig deep and then awaken somehow. That's my Lord of the Rings fanaticism maybe coming through, though. But I can't wait to see how all these trees develop their own unique kind of personalities. They've just got to grow a little bit out of the tubes first so that we can see
Yeah,
them.
when we stood back, didn't we, at the end of it, and there's just a lot of green tubes at the moment, which isn't quite the view that we really wanted to see.
A couple just poking up. There's another question in here, and we can answer this one now as well because I've remembered it. How much can you expect those trees to grow? We'd anticipate probably maybe 12 inches a year, or maybe a little bit more, I think. I mean, depending on the species, because some of them are slow growing and some of them, like the wild cherry, are quite fast growing, and the oak will be much more slow growing. I hope that some of them are just poking out now. I think by the end of the summer, you know, we should have leaves above the tops of some of those tubes.
But as far as them being social beings, I mean, we have planted them in families so that they actually grow, you know, at a similar sort of rate rather than one species of tree outgrowing and outcompeting the nearby smaller ones.
And we did refer to it as families a lot whilst we were planting them, actually.
Yeah, and you know, they do talk to each other.
The mycelial
With the roots,
network. Absolutely. Yeah, no, so totally. You.
Me?
You.
Come on. When we are all back together at a concert or festival, are you prepared for us all singing along? Are we ever? Yes.
Go on, have another one. Have another one.
That was easy. Is there an area of the UK that you haven't yet visited that you really want to visit after lockdown, and why? And I think we have been to pretty much every county over the last 6 or 7 years. I feel like we've got a pretty good grounding in UK geography, and
Yeah.
we've not done enough in Scotland. We do absolutely love getting up there, but
I'd love to get up to Scotland more.
Yeah.
The drive is just immense.
It's
isn't
immense.
it? Particularly
Yeah.
like if you're going in the camper van, which doesn't really, doesn't do warp speed. Our camper van, you have to accept you're going to travel at about 60 miles an hour. It's about a 2-day trip.
another thing, Northern Ireland, we were booked for a concert
Yeah.
in Northern Ireland, weren't we? That's part of the UK, and we have not been there yet. So that is.
And we were due to then travel from Northern Ireland through Ireland, and then we were going to get the ferry back over to Pembrokeshire. We were ill. We were ill.
We had to cancel that
We had
one.
to cancel an entire tour, including a trip over to Ireland, which was a real blow, actually. So yeah, I think yes, Northern Ireland if we're talking UK, but Ireland in general as well. I think we'd love to visit.
But we've had a lot of fun exploring the British Isles. It's been amazing so far.
What criteria do you use to decide on the version of the lyrics you sing for a traditional folk song, e.g., Dark-Eyed Sailor? I suppose it maybe with the oral tradition, you tend to quite often go with the version that you hear at the folk club or the gig that really
First captivates you, I think.
captivates you. So Dark-Eyed Sailor, for us, it was the Olivia Cheney version, which we loved, and therefore those were the words that we used. That's not always the case, though. Sometimes you think, I'd love to do a version of that traditional song, but sometimes you just think, actually, you know what? I really don't like that verse. And I wonder if there's another version of it. Invariably being folk music. If you go to websites
There's always
like
another one, isn't there?
Mainly Norfolk, which is a really good website where you can see the different versions of kind of modern interpretations of different folk songs that have been done. I use that quite a lot. And sometimes I'm a bit pick and mix about it, and there'll be a Steel Eye Span version and then a someone else version, and sometimes it can be that you take that, there's just a slight reworking of the words in one version, which has probably come from a version that is local to whoever arranged that song.
Quite often we've, when we gig it enough, we'll kind of go back and realise that we've started singing completely different words to what we started off singing as well.
Yeah.
And we'll look back at the lyrics we first wrote down and we're going, it's supposed to be that.
But that is the beauty of folk music, and don't let anyone tell you that you have to sing this traditional song in that way. For me, people who say that have entirely lost focus on what folk music is meant to be. It's an oral tradition, and it evolves in the singing of it.
Chinese whispers in a way, isn't it?
Exactly, because someone would be going from, you'd hear it in one tavern or whatever, and then you'd be in another county and you'd hear a slightly different version, and then it gets amalgamated and it develops. That's the beauty of it. And that's what I love about it, the fact that no two interpretations of a song are the same. I just think that's great. Mm-hmm. I think that was mine.
So, when you can get back to live gigs, do you think you will stream the occasional gig like this CD launch to a larger audience? We had a similar question to that in the Facebook, in the Barrowbods group. And
Yeah.
I gave a little winky nod there to say we've got things up our sleeve. And we definitely do, to be honest. We have really, really enjoyed putting this little this calendar together, all these different sort of concerts for you. We want to keep it fresh, we want to keep it new. And we've just we found that there are certain things that you can do in online shows that you can't do live. There are some benefits to doing stuff online, and
We're looking forward to getting back to live gigs again.
Yeah, but actually we do see the future of Nine Barrow being a little bit hybrid and having at least a couple, if not a couple, 3 or 4 a year.
I think definitely.
Just as long as it works,
We obviously, as long as people want to come and listen to them,
Yeah.
I think that's obviously the key thing, isn't it? But it's for us. I think when we first went full time back in 2016, was it? 2016. We took that decision almost a year in advance, maybe a little bit further. So we were still working full time and planning for the moment where we took the leap. And when you do a leap like that, and you go from a relatively kind of stable income to one that is absolutely not stable in any way, we took every single bit of work that was available. We just booked gigs, and to the point where we were doing 10 or 12 a month, every single month of the year virtually. And so we were in a position where you're talking about doing like 100 gigs a year, which is bananas.
Yes, we look back on our website. We've got a list of every gig that we've ever played, and
Bananas, absolutely bananas. And we've worked like that for, I mean, almost 4 years. I mean, we tailed off slightly and kind of brought it down to 8 to 10 gigs a month, but we were still doing that. And I think we have known for quite a long time that that is actually not a sustainable way for us to live in the long term. You're away from home a heck of a lot, but that you can burn out actually just being on the road as much as we were. And we do, we obviously, we're really tied to home as well, so we miss it.
we love our little pad.
So I think we've been long thinking about kind of being a little bit more touring, like normal people do, which is actually they don't tour the entire year. They say they're going to tour in the spring in this month and they're going to tour in the autumn in this month. But I think for us, perhaps the future will look a little bit more like that, and we will have tours booked in different parts of the year. But maybe when we're not touring, we will continue to put on live streams, assuming people still want to watch them. I think if we put on a live stream and no one comes, we might well think twice about it. But
Speaking of still watching, we've got how many people are still watching at the moment?
320 people on YouTube.
Wow. Okay, guys.
It's like, well, there's a good kind of 25 watching through the backup stream as well. So we'll carry on going a bit longer.
We are nowhere near
Oh,
through.
my
Oh
goodness.
my goodness, we've barely done 10%.
10%. Okay, right, Jay. So what
Hang
we're
on.
going to do is
Yes.
for 10 minutes we're going to do quick fire answers.
Okay.
Okay. So we won't go into as much detail just
Okay.
for 10 minutes, and
Yep.
then we'll come back and
Fine.
do. Okay. Dear John and Jay, when you're on longer walks, do you have favourite energy-giving sustenance that's yummy and easy to transport and eat?
Oh.
We make trail mix. So what we do is you go and you buy a bag of kind of like nut stuff, so good kind of slow release energy, maybe with some fruit in there, and you get a bag of something like midget gems, and then you pour them into one bag, and then you've got instant hit with the sugar, and then you got a bit of slow release with your nuts, and basically trail mix.
That recipe for me misses chocolate. We need chocolate in there as well, but
It melts. Come on, it melts. This is not fast enough.
Melts in the
Okay,
mouth.
that's a good one. Go on.
Okay. Dear John and Jay, firstly, I'm finding this hard as there seems to be no aspect of your lives untouched or unknown because of Parapods and your regularly post-concert Q&A sessions. But I am intrigued to know if there is a question you've been hoping would be asked and that you are all set to answer, but it just hasn't cropped up yet. Good question. If you cannot bring one to mind, then what would you really love or hate to be asked, and why? From Jenny in Cheshire.
We planned an answer to this question. We did plan an answer. This can't be a fast one. I'm sorry. It can't be a fast
Okay.
one. And it's going to end up with me answering it again.
That's fine.
Is that okay?
People like, you can get sentences out more than I can.
You're going to have two questions after this to make up for
Okay,
it,
fine.
okay? There was a question that nobody's asked that I was hoping that people would ask. We covered it in our Wandering Minstrels episode 1. Nobody has asked, though, if I hold this up to the camera, that symbol, hang on, there you go. That symbol in the woodland there, nobody's asked why that symbol is on the front cover of the album. My sister Sarah asked us if we would mind this being embedded within the artwork, because it is the web of weird.
WYRD.
Yes, WYRD.
Weird.
It's a Norse symbol. And the reason that it's there is because it is a symbol that represents the weaving of the fates. And this belief in the Viking people that your deeds in the present affected the future. And when Sarah came up with the idea of including this in the artwork, we were just
It
like,
seemed perfect.
oh,
Exactly the whole
absolutely
message that we're
awesome.
going for.
That is what the whole woodland concept is about.
Yeah.
The really exciting thing about that, though, is that circular shape there. Well, we have a circular glade at the centre of our woodland.
Not quite the centre. It's quite off-centre,
It's
actually.
off-centre. Details,
It's within
details,
our
Jay,
woodland.
details. We are hoping that it won't be this year now because we've kind of missed the chance. But as we maybe approach next spring, we are somehow with flower beds and stuff like that. We're going to create that shape so that when you look down from above, you know, just
Earth.
when you're flying over the woodland, when my drone is flying over the woodland, you'll be able to look down and you'll be able to see that, you know, the web of weird, and obviously they're taking on board that actually our deeds, you know, us right now are affecting the planet that our, you know, children and our children's children are going to live on. The idea of actually interweaving the web of weird into the woodland itself is a really, really exciting idea that we hope we're going to be able to pull off.
Well, now you've said it, we kind of have to do it now, right? Now
Right.
we've made that idea public.
You have to
Right,
answer two
okay,
questions.
Okay.
I am not going to say a word.
Right.
All right.
How has it made you both feel to have achieved planting a new oak wood? In a word, fantastic. In 2 words, tired and fantastic. But
Yeah, knackered. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to say anything.
But yeah, no, really, really good. So we love watching the soaring drone footage that accompanies many of your posts, whether it be of the Dorset coast, the Lake District, and of course more recently your fantastic woodland project. It would be great to have a bit of an insight into how you operate your drone. For example, its range, its altitude, how it centres on you as you walk, etc. From Julian, Lynn, Dan, and Alex.
Good
So
question,
there's-
Julian. It says the second question for Julian and the guys. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to answer this because I am the drone operator.
I take
I am
photos.
the registered operator of the drone. Props, ladies and gentlemen. How is it controlled? Well, this is it. It's a bit dirty, that, isn't it? It's been in the woodland. So that's...
Put your phone here, though, don't you?
Yeah, the phone goes... yeah, sorry, I didn't do that. I should have done that, right? Phone goes there. That's looking rather dirty.
Oh my giddy aunt!
Whoops.
9 narrow.
That was the reason I didn't do that, because it's not clamped in properly.
Oh,
Anyway,
dear.
so yes, essentially on your phone you get the live output from the camera, which is obviously how you kind of see what you're filming. But in terms of the specific parts to this question, I will answer them as quickly as I can. Its range. Okay, technical range is about 5 miles. Okay, so actually in terms of the technology that links this to the actual aircraft itself, it can fly 5 miles. Legally, that's an absolute no-no. It has to be within line of sight at all times. Certainly for the level of kind of registration and training that I have, which is...
And the rules change all the time as well.
They changed very recently in terms of all the categories and stuff. We only ever fly kind of in what is called the open category, which is essentially a long way from people and buildings. So we never fly over anyone who's uninvolved in the shooting, which means that we don't face the real strict rules which you would if you're flying over crowds and buildings and stuff like that. You got to maintain line of sight. And in terms of the height, it's 400 feet. It could fly a lot higher than that, but you are legally not allowed to fly higher than 400 feet because you could actually end up in the flight path of an aircraft.
But there's amazing in terms of, you know, the software on the phone. It's constantly updated with where you are, and also there are no fly zones, so it's actually
Won't let you take off.
preloaded with, you know, the Ministry of Defence areas and main flight paths. So it just won't let you do it.
It won't let you take off if you're within a red zone, kind of near an airport or something like that. I mean, obviously, you know, idiots can hack the software or whatever if they wanted to do that, but you'd be a fool to try it. And in terms of how it centers on us, it's the same technology that actually
It's magic.
is in that gimbal. It's kind of image recognition technology, so you kind of draw a box around the subject you want it to follow, and as it rotates, the gimbal will lock onto you. It's pretty good. I've got a hankering for the new model though, because I think the new model is pretty impressive, because it will even tracking a very fast object like a sports car. It will, if the sports car goes behind a hill, for instance, it will, judging from the speed and the trajectory of the object when it went behind the hill, it will extrapolate where it's going to come out on the other side of the hill, which frankly is mind-blowingly amazing. So I think that wasn't a very fast answer. You have another one, Dave.
Another one.
We're not doing fast answers at all, are
No,
we?
we're really not. Who chooses the menus for your walking holiday guests, and do they relate to the county and produce of Dorset in some way? From Fran Van Delly. It's not rendezvous. We choose them with the chef at Kingston Country Courtyard, who's also amazing. He very much likes to have all the produce as locally as possible as well. And we try to have little themes going on as well. We don't want it to be, one theme throughout the week. There's going to be tapas night. And
It's quite diverse.
Yeah, just-
I think it's about offering people something different each night. So it's because there's generally 3 courses if it's like one of the sit down meals, and each course will have generally 3 choices, so people can delve into. There's always a really good vegetarian choice because obviously we eat a lot of vegetarian stuff. But yeah, it's kind of as much local produce as possible. But the brief for the chefs that we work with is basically
play to your strengths.
play to your strengths. Whatever you're passionate about, the food that you're passionate about, that's what we want you to cook. We don't go in saying, I think, we want to have, pomme dauphinoise with a whatever.
I do like a bit of pomme dauphinoise.
It's quite nice, but it's a case of saying, cook us the food that you love cooking, because if you love cooking it, we'll love eating it. I think that's really
That's a rule.
that's the philosophy.
Yes.
Okay. Who takes on which household chores? Are they divided equally? Hope this doesn't cause an online dispute. That's a lie, though, isn't it? You really hope it's going to cause an online dispute. That's exactly what you're hoping, whoever put this in. Well, hey, Jay's good at tidying. I'm good
I can't see it, I
I'm
don't
good
mind.
at cleaning.
Perfect team, right, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect. I think Jay's threshold for a place, for instance, this living room here at the moment, is not what I would call tidy. However, I could live with it. Jay will be looking at this, kind of going, "This has got to be tidied up." Whereas my threshold for tidying is fine, but for cleanliness, there will be a moment where I'll walk into the lounge.
Runs his finger along
And
the.
it'll be like it'll be the top. We've got one of those. You got the TV stands that's kind of black glass, and suddenly I'll look at it and be like, dust, and the duster has to come out.
You've got an array of
Has to
dusters,
be
haven't
done.
we?
I do.
And a great Hoover. We can get very excited about Hoovers, but perhaps that's not what we want to hear about. So
We actually do get very excited about Hoovers. We have a group of friends, and we were just approached like the kind of mid-30s, because in our WhatsApp group there's a lot of discussion about what Hoover we've got, and someone renamed the WhatsApp group to the
Suction Society.
the Suction Society, which I'm not entirely certain I'm happy about. But there are quite a lot of pictures of what Hoover we've just
We're
recently
real
bought.
party animals.
My God, we're boring.
Yes. Okay. What's your favourite beer, John?
Okay, so
We're quite into Beavertown at the moment. That's the brewery, Beavertown.
Beavertown is very, very good. Gamma Ray,
Neck oil.
neck oil, and lupuloid IPA, which is very, very strong.
Yeah. It comes in small cans.
It comes in small cans.
But yeah, they've all come. There's been a big face, hasn't there, for much more sort of hoppier beers. I've always loved the hoppier ones, the more flowery ones. But not flowery as in grain flour, obviously.
At the moment, we're tending to drink less beer, but possibly like higher quality, maybe slightly stronger beer. It's a little continental, that,
Yeah, that's
isn't
how
it,
they do
as
it
an approach
in Europe.
So at the moment, favourite brewery, probably Beavertown, I think.
There are others. But
Other
some-
breweries
Yes.
are available. Can you tell us more about the guitar you play?
In
Props,
5
props,
seconds.
props. So I got all three of the instruments that were in this show, because I thought it might be nice for you to see them, and I hoped this question would come up. The
This
Littlest.
is not a guitar.
This is
a
not a guitar. In
ukulele.
fact, well, none of them are really a guitar. Well, not true in this sense. So
Thank you.
this is a tenor ukulele, 4 strings with a low G strung. I'm not going to play it because they're all out of tune. It's not bad actually. This is the littlest one. It's a Pono mahogany tenor deluxe, and it is a wonderful. Oh my God!
If I did that, I'd have been for it.
It's a wonderful solid body ukulele. Usually lots of ukuleles are kind of laminate and they've got a bit of a kind of plasticky sound. That's solid mahogany, ladies and gentlemen. That's what solid mahogany sounds like. This is the only one that can be called a guitar. And this is a filed...
I need to get out of the way.
I'm not going to... No, it's all right, it's all right. This is a filed tenor guitar. It's the newest addition to the Nine Barrow family.
Very nice.
It's a beauty. I absolutely love it. I think a lot of people have been saying, why are you playing it? My dad in particular. Why are you playing that one so much? Well, the intonation is absolutely perfect the whole way up the neck. And it's a dream to tune the thing. And the next one...
Got an even longer neck. I've got to go
It's
really
not.
off screen now.
hang on. Okay. Hang on, I'm not gonna...
Mind the beer.
Mind the beer. This is an octave mandola, and it's an oak wood, so 8 strings. And if I bring that up to the camera, you can see there that the strings are in pairs, and those are unison pairs, so they're essentially exactly the same string. Sometimes they're octaves, so you get like a low one and a high one, but not on this. This is it was sold to me as a Zytaz octave mandola. I think they made that up because I can't find that word. I don't know what that word means. If you Google it, it doesn't seem to
Google
come up
knows
with any
everything.
other responses. It's got a whacking, great big body, and it's got a lovely resonance to it, which the average octave mandola is not this shape and does not have the size of body really that this one has, which is why I love it. It's got a lovely depth. Only played Nestledown on it in the last gig, I think, and in fact don't play much on it at the moment. It's an absolute pig to tune, as you saw in the gig. It's got a sticky nut, ladies and gentlemen. It's got a sticky nut. There's a slight issue up here. This is the nut, everybody. I have to use a graphite paste in there to basically as a lubricant for the strings, because I was having a slightly weird thing where as I tune up in the middle of a song, sometimes it will go sharp because it will suddenly slip because there's a bit of friction up here. It's a beautiful instrument. It's just a little bit hard work sometimes.
All the best things are.
But all the best things are. So there you go. Those are the 3. We got a tenor mandola upstairs as well, but I didn't have room. Go on, definitely your
Next.
question.
What are your plans for the future of the Nine Barrow Wood in terms of management and ownership? So, manage it for as long as we can, basically. I think the Woodland Trust, when we went with the contract, I think there's the contract that anyone who owns the house after Mum and Kev, the land, they're bound to the same sort of rules for the next 25 years at least. So
You have to, you have to bind any future owner of that land. I mean, obviously.
we'd like to think they want to keep it too.
Well, yeah, I mean, and hopefully it'll stay in the family. I mean, but 25 years is a long time, so it's kind of, you don't know what's going to happen over that period. But essentially, I think whoever owns the land, the contract would say that we have with the Woodland Trust that they'd be bound by the same terms that we are because of the funding that we've had from them, I think.
That's it. And I very much hope that, with our plans that we've got, that it becomes a real feature of the area and that no one wants to do anything else to it and wants to keep it there. So,
And hey, you never know, if Kev and Vicky sell up, maybe we'll have to do a crowdfunding thing. Maybe we buy the land. I don't know. Wow.
have we even thought about that?
No, I've never even given that any thought. I just made that up. Maybe I need to give that a bit more thought. So, at some point in next. Hello, this is from my partner John, who loves John's keyboard soloing. Thank you, John. Which he says doesn't seem to be particularly folky. Which keyboard players does he like or have influenced his own playing? John suspects Bruce Hornsby. The truth in this answer is absolutely none. I don't have any musical influences really for the piano.
In terms of specifically for the piano?
No,
I've never heard you sort of
I would say that
really get into any particular pianists.
the earliest piano kind of that I imitated, I suppose, was Adam Duritz's piano from Counting Crows. You know, he by no means is like an incredible pianist, and neither am I. It's just that kind of style. The bottom line is, with all of these instruments, I absolutely make it up as I go along, John. And what sounds good generally is what I go with. And my style has kind of, I think, gravitated towards... For me, it's always been about interesting chords. Jay and the band that we work with and our producer know I really hate thirds. I know our producer would say that you can't have you can't really have music without thirds. I really dislike it as an interval. It doesn't do anything for me at all, and therefore my piano playing tends to steer real clear of that classic kind of first and third and fifth together. If this means nothing to you, I'm not very good at music theory, but I know enough to hate thirds. Okay, but my piano style tends to I suppose gravitate towards slightly different chord shapes, and my hands tend to stay quite close together. I noticed that other pianists have a style where they'll have hands much further apart in terms of almost having an octave in between the right hand and the left hand. For me, I like the crossover and I like to interweave the parts, which actually means that I'm tending to work within a couple of octaves. Just made it up. So, sorry. And I actually don't know who Bruce Hornsby is. I probably should. And I feel like a bit of a peasant. But I'm going to, after this is over, John, I'm going to go look Bruce Hornsby up.
Okay. Are all of Jay's socks colourful, and does John ever borrow them? If not, why not? And they wouldn't be safe in this house. So it says,
well, he's wearing my socks right now.
Yeah,
I can tell you that.
We do often. I mean, sometimes I do buy socks with the intention that they are for John, but then I end up liking them an awful lot when I wear them myself. So I've got they're planet socks. They're not colourful. Can I get them onto the?
Oh gosh, you're gonna have to be flexible to do.
They're planet socks, so they're not particularly colourful, but.
And mine are just walking socks, so I'm not going to show you those because they're just a bit rough and boring.
Yeah.
Benefit of being a couple with kind of same body shape and gender means that actually the wardrobe is pretty much interchangeable.
Yeah,
which is a major benefit to guys, actually, because it kind of doubles your wardrobe. Not capacity. Choices.
Yes.
That's yes.
Oh, I suppose I took it out. I got ahead of myself.
Is it mine?
I think it's yours, isn't it?
Okay. In Cry Unity, there's a lyric. We'll shield the tree from saw and chain, stand before the high-speed train. Is there a specific meaning here, guys? Yes. Not a massive fan of HS2. I don't want to be controversial, but destroying or partially destroying or damaging 108 ancient pieces of woodland in order to shave off 30 minutes on your trip from wherever to wherever, or up to 60 minutes off your trip, I think. It's not a great deal. It's not a great deal for the planet.
As with everything, I mean, there are good points and bad points. This is the thing about the internet. It can be very polarizing, can't it? And you can get very up about it. We see the good points in these sort of projects as well, but ultimately we fall on the side of, we don't really see a huge amount of point to it. And actually,
I accept the fact that if people are on trains, well, they're not in their own cars, and that's better for the planet. I totally get that.
But could you not be spending that on subsidising, existing railways and for making it cheaper rather than £100 for two of us to get to London and back? It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
As two people that love woodlands, and particularly walking through an ancient piece of woodland is just, it is a spiritual experience,
and it's irreplaceable once it's gone.
It
is replaceable, but you're not going to get that back.
None of us are ever going to see it. I mean, some of
Exactly.
these trees and the age of them, it is quite upsetting when you see some of these trees being torn down, and so that's how we feel about it. Don't want to get controversial because no doubt there are people out there that feel differently, but that's how we feel. Right, your question. Go on.
Okay. Hi, just wondering if you've ever sung on stage with your dad, John, and if not, would it be a possibility?
You
We
can answer
have.
this, yeah.
We have. We've done a few gigs with, as you might have heard before in our previous Q&As, there used to be the little sing-arounds at John's dad's place. That's where I first started singing some folky songs with John, and we'd actually did a few concerts with Tinderbox, with Frank Boyle, and we've done a few concerts
We've done
we did
it-
together. We've
done it as a band, haven't we? We
the
separately
Barrow Boyle Whitley box, was it?
Tinder Barrow
Whitley box.
Whitley Boyle. Was it? We came up with quite a few different
was
things.
catchy, it was a
There
catchy name.
Tinderbox, Nine Barrow, Bob Whitley, Frank Boyle. Tinder Barrow Whitley Bob. No?
Okay. you're just
Anyway,
making it
I'm
up
just
now.
making up things now. But anyway, yes,
But
we
we
have,
have, and we've enjoyed it. It's
with
been
a mega
amazing.
band of like eight or so of us on stage doing kind of actually playing some of Dad's stuff. Played Coming Home, which we've done a version of as well, and some bluesy stuff. So yeah, and maybe we'll do it again at some point in the future. Fingers crossed. Right. How did you select the songs that went on A Pocket Full of Acorns? Did you write the songs with the album in mind or choose them from songs you'd previously written? Were there any that didn't make the cut?
I think that's the same with every album that we write, isn't it? We will always we never specifically write a song to go on an album, and there are certain songs that we've been singing for years, and actually had a couple of album cycles where it didn't make it didn't go on that particular album. It just didn't make the set.
It's not because the song wasn't good enough, just that it didn't necessarily fit with the other ones that were on there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the songs for A Pocket Full of Acorns, they seem... Now this album is launched. We've done it, everybody. This is it. It's taken off. It's in the stratosphere. That's it. Tomorrow, we haven't written a song in over a year now, which is actually quite a terrifying thought, really. The pandemic's not been good for that. Not for us. It's been very creative in other ways, but for songwriting, for me, the well is dry. And I think once I'm in a slightly more kind of, I don't know, less anxious place, I will start to songwrite again, I think. But when that happens, it'll happen fast. Songs will start to will start to come together.
It all comes in waves. Our creative juices flow, and once they start flowing, they don't really stop for it. And we get 4 or 5 songs in the space of a month sometimes.
Yeah.
But it really comes in peaks like that.
But we do write and arrange with the next album in mind. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not specifically, but for instance, let's say, I don't know, we've written a couple, I don't know, maybe done 3 piano songs, and we'll be saying, oh, okay, next album's going to need a bit of diversity, so like maybe I'll start noodling around on one of the stringed instruments, and then the next song will come out of that.
But we don't specifically start off with a project, or this album is going to be like this in 2 years' time. We, write songs, and I think you've probably sort of noticed over the years with our different albums that, our passions sort of go in different directions, and we do start writing about the things that are on our minds most of all at that time. And I think the album ends up being a bit of an anthology in that regard, rather than a project that we plan out to start with.
Yeah.
So
Did any not make the cut? There's only one song that we had arranged at the time that didn't go on, and that was The Snows They Melt the Soonest.
Yes.
And the reason it didn't go on was because there was already a lot of piano on there. I make no apologies for that at all. It's very much a piano-driven album, and that was a conscious decision that we felt like, oh wow, we're writing a lot on the piano, and our feeling was that doesn't matter. You got, if this is the instrument that we're gravitating towards, there's a reason for that. And all of the other albums have been very piano light. However, another piano track in D minor, which there are a couple of tracks in D minor already on this album. We felt that having a third that had this similar kind of textures, similar kind of key, similar kind of vibe.
And it comes back to that previous question as well about, how do we sort out the track listing on an album, and do we want it to flow? And, there can be too much of a particular thing on there. So we just want to...
Yeah. So, but maybe on the next album, who knows? Who knows?
Was that yours or mine?
That was mine. This is yours. We're making some progress.
We're making
through
some
these.
progress, yes. Hi guys, I'm currently studying music A-level and working on some compositions. I was wondering, how do you come up with the melodies for your songs? And in the beginning, were you influenced by any other folk musicians whilst writing them? And thank you so much for your brilliant music you both produce, and I can't wait to hopefully see you both on tour again in the future. Thanks from Ed. Well, good luck with the studies, first
Yeah.
of all. But yeah, in terms of the melodies, it just comes to us, I think, doesn't it? I can't say that there's a particular process in terms of what the melodies come. It's generally that John will often write the backing. It's the music that often comes first. I will sometimes have, when I'm writing a tune, I'll have a melody in mind, but quite often it then has to get warped quite a lot to get to meld with a tune that you have.
To meld
You
with
know,
what I'm capable of playing.
yeah, I kind of tend to, in my mind, things go in all sorts of directions, which maybe you wouldn't want to hear. So John kind
There's
of
no
tames it a
rhyme or
bit.
reason, though, is it? And
No.
It's funny for me because it's like they come out of a place I don't fully understand. Actually, I mean, when I think of, I don't know, Nestledown, for instance, where the heck did that tune come from? No idea. And I think it's almost like the finger picking pattern. You might go, oh, okay, this finger picking pattern sounds really good, and you'll start kind of humming over the top of it, or you'll start maybe with a line of lyrics, and you just start to kind of work the two together.
Well, like with Overthrown, there's one that sticks in my mind because I think you were struggling with the melody to the lyrics of Overthrown, and you'd written, it was actually that the melody of the accompanying instruments behind it, that was written years before we actually wrote the song.
Years
but then you had ideas for lyrics, and you were struggling to find a melody for the lyrics. But then I read them, and I just kind of riffed on it, and it just kind of worked with what you did, and it just kind of comes, and you just
Basically, we make it up as we go along.
Yes.
Is there a theme emerging?
yes.
I think maybe there is a theme emerging.
Hopefully, I'm sure that isn't particularly useful for your A-level studies, I'm afraid, but
No.
that's the truth. So,
Okay. We're full of admiration for your achievement in carrying through your woodland plans in spite of the challenges presented by the pandemic. The week's rain came in time to water all the trees, but knowing
Yes, it
you two,
did.
I'm guessing you have a plan to keep them watered should our Great British weather surprise us with a second long hot summer. We haven't.
no.
This,
But the first one of the very, very few instances where Mr. Whitley doesn't have a plan B.
it's not a case of that. I mean, it's a case of the site is simply
Too big.
Yeah. You have to accept that they gotta make it on their own.
Yeah. And the Woodland Trust have said that, to be honest. It is kind of sink or swim for the trees once
You
they're
can't.
in.
I mean, the site is the drainage. I was going to say the drainage is really good. That's not true. The drainage is really bad, but that's really good because actually the soil does retain a lot of moisture. And the areas where it becomes waterlogged, we have planted trees that like being waterlogged. So we've got
there are certain trees that we wouldn't put in this field. The
No.
Woodland Trust, advised us on the sorts of trees that would, the species that actually like wet and or waterlogged ground.
Yeah.
And,
So we've got 25 alder in the wettest part. The other wettest part, a pond is going in. All of the other species, they should really be okay. And they will have to adjust to the level of kind of moisture that they've got at different times of the year. The idea that we would be able to water them through the summer is, unfortunately, as much as it would be great, is probably not practical, just given the size of the
it
land.
might be that if we really were worried that we might be able to get a few,
Bloody big watering can.
but it's a long way. We did clock up. How many thousands of steps did we each clock up on that last day?
On the
Like
last day?
40,000 steps each over the course of the day. On the,
I did 39,000 steps on the one day. This is the last day. 39,000 steps and 20 miles I did in that field.
there was some toing and some throwing.
There was some
and it
serious to and fro. And that was, that was one day. So, quite remarkable. We're still knackered.
How are we doing for time? We
said we were going to stop at 10:30.
We did.
But there's still 260 people watching, and there's like loads and loads.
I've still got some left in me, guys. So if you want to,
What we don't want people to feel is
you
that
mustn't feel like
it's
you
John
have
and
to
Jay
stay
and
up.
they're live, and I feel bad at turning them off.
No, please don't.
What you
You
must
can
do is, if you're tired and you want to go to bed
Catch
or
some
watch
Cs.
Match of the Day or whatever,
That is okay.
Turn us off. We'll see a massive spike in the viewing figures go down, and then we'll go, okay, it's time to end it. You have our permission to go to bed if that's what you want to do. Okay. But we'll carry on a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
A little bit longer, okay. It's amazing how fast this goes. It's remarkable. Since I'm new to you, can you explain the origins of your name and where you're based, please? We're based in Dorset, and the name itself is after a hill called Nine Barrow Down, which is on the Purbeck Ridge. There's actually a lot more than 9 barrows on the top of this hill, but it's got amazing views out over Poole Harbour. Amazing views out over Swanage Bay. It's just up the ridge from Corfe Castle, and it's a spectacular spot. It's of the landscape, and it kind of represents what we do quite well, really.
And we thought it sounded like a good name, so
Yeah,
that's why. Are you a songwriting team, or like Elton John and Bernie Taupin, does one of you write the music and one the words to your original material? Thanks for keeping us all entertained. Kathy Smith in Cossington in Somerset.
Kathy.
Yes, hello. Yeah, and I think we've probably answered that as well. Is that there's no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes I write the lyrics, sometimes I write the melody. Sometimes we both sort of collaborate on it.
I describe songwriting as like a tug of war.
Yes.
It's not a kind of. It's a wrestling match. I present something to Jay. He tells me it's rubbish. I go away and we work it. Jay does something. I say that's nice, but I don't like it that much. And then we kind of like we each push each other towards
something
else,
something nice,
something nicer,
something
something better
Yes.
than we produce. Yeah.
But it's every song's different, and yeah.
Did you have time to look for the house hidden in the trees on the path down to the sea? That's not going to mean a great deal to anyone else. But this is a conversation with somebody. I think it might have been Facebook. There is a house on the way down to Winspit that is hidden in the trees. The answer is no, because actually we've only been to Winspit once, and it was blowing such a hoolie. We were straying off the path was possibly not.
It was actually blowing all the sea foam, the spume. It was
spume.
blowing it all the way up the cliffs, and it was almost like it was snowing. It was completely covered. It was very windy.
This is definitely one for you.
Okay.
Definitely one for you.
What are you going to be growing this year in your new beds, and what are you going to cook with it? So yeah, I love growing sweet corn. It's one of the few things that grows really, really easily, and we love eating sweet corn. It's the best.
Never have enough sweet corn.
No, but I'm trying to make it make sure that I'm growing stuff that I'm actually going to use, like onions and tomatoes and the stuff that will sort of keep and I can freeze later, because we can never get enough onions, tomatoes, and garlic. They're the happy triad. And yeah, that's kind of it. More beans and peas, all that sort of stuff. I tried to get a bit experimental with stuff and grow things that I've never even eaten before in my life, but they never grow. So yeah.
How many miles do you think you've walked in 2020?
Oh,
Thousands.
yes. I don't think that's
Thousands.
actually overstating it either as well. I think we've easily walked into the 4 figures.
Oh, no question about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely no question about it. I mean, if I did 20 miles last Saturday just around the field, planting the woodland, and the 2 days before that, we must have done 100 miles
Yeah.
each.
I mean,
in that
our
woodland
lockdown
field.
loop, our little standard lockdown loop is 5 miles, and we do that at least sort of how many times a week? 3 or 4,
In
isn't
the
it?
first lockdown, we were doing it virtually every day.
So we do a lot.
Okay, sorry.
When are your birthdays? I'm sure I'm not alone in wanting to wish you both wondrous times on the appropriate days. Mine happened
very fair.
2 weeks ago, and that's when I got all these wonderful gifts. 27th of Feb, and John's is the 9th of November. I got that right, didn't I?
You did, yeah.
John never knows how old he is or when his birthday is, so it's always an unpleasant surprise for him when is it a birthday again? Oh.
Genuinely don't. I'm 36 though, right?
Yes.
God.
Well done for remembering.
Okay. Okay. I think it's just a form of repression. I don't know. Does anyone else do that? Just like, I just don't want to know.
35B.
Just don't want to know. Yes, 21D. Okay, 2 questions unrelated to music for you both. What's your favourite film? What's your favourite ingredient to cook with? Okay,
Oh.
so right, favourite film. We love film and love television, and we do watch quite a lot of it. But for me, I am obsessed with stories. I love stories. Whether it's books or whether it's television. And for me, my absolute happy place is with a television series.
These days it's got really good, hasn't it? You got your absolute choice of amazing the stories that can actually be properly fleshed out as well. Some of them drag on a bit too long, but most of them you've actually got, you can really get into a proper good storyline, can't you?
Anything Star Trek related for me is absolutely okay.
I'm kind of in his boat, I think.
It's jolly good.
Would be sci-fi.
Oh, hang on. What's your favourite ingredient to cook with?
Oh,
I don't really cook much. So.
I'm ready to cook with. I did say once in one of my videos that I can never have too much garlic. I might be guilty of putting too much garlic, and chili in certain things. They've got to be in there.
The basis of good
Yummy food.
cookery.
Onion and garlic and chili. Yeah.
First found out about you as a support act for Fisherman's Friends. What do you remember of that time? And
I think
what
our ears are still ringing from that particular gig.
It's one of the loudest gigs we've ever been to. Those guys
Awesome.
make an absolute amazing noise. What do you think of the trend of sea shanties and the singing postman that started off the year? Well, all I can say
Good
to
on
that,
him.
good on him.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. What a brilliant case of being right place, right time. The Longest Johns, who some of you guys might know.
They are hilarious.
We know those guys. They're brilliant. I mean, they're brilliant musicians, but actually behind the music, they're so savvy with their videos and their social media. And those
Getting it
guys,
out to people.
to get into the official UK chart with their album and with Wellerman, their version of that song, such a delight to see those guys doing brilliantly and booking up tours. Love it. We don't have a TikTok account though. I don't really know what it's all about, to be honest.
We're in our 30s.
Again, I'm 36. I'm 36. I don't have any idea what TikTok is. I know that it's something to do with people doing stuff in time. Other than
It's
that,
videos on it.
it-
It's like Twitter but with videos. That's
yeah,
the
but
whole
people,
point.
but isn't it like TikTok? It's that people join in and do stuff over other people. Is that
Not
not what they?
necessarily. That's one particular usage of the TikTok platform.
Good God, we've got enough social media platforms
Yeah,
to deal with at the
we're
moment.
juggling enough
I
already.
barely can cope with what we're doing at the moment, so I'm not sure about that. But good on them. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
What did you guys think about Shanty Talk and Wellerman going viral? I think that's exactly the same
No
question.
way.
So yes, we can.
Well, there you go. We've just done that one. Go, yeah.
Okay. How did John learn that percussive style of strumming, and what is it called? Are there classes on YouTube? I don't expect he learned it on YouTube though. It's brilliant and hard. And I think again we made it up.
Make it up as I go along.
Is there a name to it, John? The old slap and tickle.
Hold on. What? Jeez Louise. What are you talking about? Make it up as I go along. Make it up as I go along. There's just slapping. There's no tickling. Not quite sure why. Jay, no, stop it. Stop it. Your hand gestures are not helping at all.
We've crossed into the blue section.
We've crossed into. Let's just move on, everybody. No, I make it up as I go along. There's no YouTube videos because I don't really know what I'm doing most of the time. That's
that's
sad truth.
yes.
Yeah.
Has planting the Nineborough woodland inspired any songs yet?
I've been trying to find kind of good lyrics to rhyme with backache and oh God, my fingers hurt.
The answer is yes. And
Please God, let it be over.
No, I've actually been writing some lyrics in my little notepad. Actually, as I was lying awake in pain.
Lying awake in pain.
The lyrics aren't particularly painful, but it was that was my writing time. Was I was still a little bit buzzed and a little bit,
Well, I've not seen this yet, so I look forward to seeing it.
Oh, I'm being private and sort of coy about this one.
Oh, Jay is usually
Answer
quite
is
private and
yes,
coy.
yes, it has. So
Jay is always quite private and coy about his songwriting.
yeah, until I'm ready for it to be out in the open.
Yeah, we've answered that already. I think we've answered that already as well. Sorry, this is not very exciting. We've answered that already as well. Okay. Are there any other woodland areas you'd like to sing from? Frankly,
Anywhere with
any
trees.
woodland. It's not just singing, just being in woodland for me is just. I love it. I love it. I love it.
There's a couple of little places in the New Forest,
history.
little glades in the New Forest that are gorgeous.
You can just feel the depth of life and history, and it's just I mean, I've said it already. It's quite a spiritual experience, but I love walking through woodland, singing through woodland.
We've got a couple of really wonderful places, little, not arboretums as such, but they're all sort of old oak trees, and I kind of think of them as a little cathedral. As in, you know, that they go up so tall and they have a canopy so high up. And actually, as I was planting these trees, I kind of had these sorts of images. I kept looking up and imagining all of these trees being huge and tall with a canopy over the top, and feeling a little bit sad that there's no way in hell we'll be alive to see that. But there's
No,
other...
but someone will be, and
Yeah.
that's the main thing, isn't it? I think that's the main thing. But
yeah,
yes,
there's all sorts of woodlands that we
any
love
woodland,
to,
I
love to
think.
play at.
Any
Yeah.
woodland.
Good question.
Go on.
And how long does it take you to learn songs like Home, like the William Barnes HWOME?
A long
The answer
time.
is quite a while. But I think that's any time we try and learn the traditional song, it's got more than 2 verses in it.
William Barnes is particularly difficult to learn. Actually,
You've got to translate it first.
there's something. I mean, what William Barnes has going for him. That sounds so patronising, doesn't it? What this amazing poet is going for him. What an idiot. But what makes William Barnes easier to learn is the rhyming couplet style. Which kind of allows you to hook into the rhyme scheme, which helps you remember it. However, within the lines, word order with William Barnes is sometimes quite unpredictable, and he writes in a word order that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate.
So when you're trying to remember, you're trying to learn these lines off by heart, like we always try to do.
Rhythmically and poetically, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. To learn it is actually quite challenging, and I do remember
Sunshine in
Home.
the Winter was hard as well, wasn't it?
Home and Sunshine in the Winter were difficult songs. When we learn a song, you don't tend to do this. I like to create actions. So when I'm learning something and I'm struggling for a particular line, I will create an action for that line, and it gives me there's a mental hook there. And sometimes on stage, I will still make the action, because sometimes it's just
you do this with Rowan, don't you? Do it like Yonder River, or like
Yonder
you'll
River
see him
would
doing
I
this.
glide. I tend now not to do the do-do-do-do-do-do. I tend to put my hands together sometimes when I sing that line, because it's just a natural reaction for me. But yeah, tricky is the answer to that question.
But we quite like to learn new words and get them in our heads while we're walking as well. And but this is where John's trying to do all these sort of hokey cokey actions while we're walking along. It's a little bit embarrassing.
Comfort food, cottage pie, lasagna, etc. What is your favourite veggie equivalent?
You love that gnocchi. We do, gnocchi. I think they're a little bit underrated, and then quite often they're kind of boiled into a stodge with a big thick cheesy sauce. Actually, the little kind of potato dumplings gnocchi, if you dry fry them and then they've got a roasted roasted Mediterranean vegetable, peppers, courgettes, onions, slow roast them for a while, get some red pesto, add a bit of garlic, chili and feta, and mix it all in with the vegetables, put it over the gnocchi. It's comfort food.
I think
it's the best.
The Italians probably. I don't know whether they would like the fact that we dry fry them, but I have to say,
It's probably not purist, but
I don't care.
No.
I hate boiled gnocchi. I hate it. Dry fried gnocchi is the business, and this is probably one of the most comforting dishes that we do. Roasted vegetable gnocchi.
yes,
Don't know where that recipe came from. Actually, should look it up.
Jessica did it. Jessica did it. Our Francesca.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was your creation.
I riffed off of it, but
How well do you think your music is received abroad? Is what you perform internationally understood, or is it too English sounding and parochial to be appreciated?
I think it depends where you play, doesn't it? I think it is.
It's really interesting,
Our
actually.
last live gig in Germany.
Was in Germany.
Wow, I
Seems
can't
like
believe
a
that was
long
over.
time
That
ago,
was
isn't it?
over a
Yeah.
year ago now. It's such an amazing time there. It was so
End of
much
February.
fun, and there's a huge appreciation for English folk tradition. In Netherlands and in Germany as well. And actually, we because we love telling the stories of the songs. I actually went through the process of trying to learn the introductions in German for them, and did a little translating.
Did a really amazing job. Did an amazing job. And
Well,
I
one
think
German person said I shouldn't trust Google too much, which I think was a bit of a underhanded jab.
well done for trying. Well done for trying.
But also,
It was incredible, actually. I thought it was incredible. I couldn't do it. I absolutely couldn't do it. And I think our music actually went down very, very well in Germany. How well it goes down elsewhere.
Just don't know,
We send CDs out. You know, I think we sent some out to Spain yesterday, Italy yesterday. I think the day before we had Austria. We do send CDs out, but not in vast quantities. So I think it's a case of. Yeah, I think it is appreciated, but I mean, crikey! Even when we tour in Scotland, they say,
very English.
"Wait, you sound very English." Like, well, we are English,
Guilty as charged.
but I think the point this person I was talking to was trying to make was that your harmonies sound very English, which is an interesting thing to say because I don't think we think of our harmonies per se as being English style harmonies, but obviously when you start to stray into different kind of I suppose nationalities within the UK, but also once you branch out into different areas of the world, harmony is treated in a totally different way, actually.
And actually, I think most cultures will have recognisable sets
Definitely.
of chords, won't they?
I mean, you go to the Middle East and you kind of look at the way music is created there and the way harmonies, whether it be vocal harmonies or instrumentation, hangs together. I mean, clearly there's a very, very different feel about it. So I don't know whether our little slice of Dorset music has universal appeal, but we would continue to attempt for world domination, but we're just going to make do with Dorset at the moment.
For now.
I think. Okay, I think we are going to have to.
We're
not going to get through all of these.
No, we 8 minutes till 11, and I think we'll call it a day.
We're going to call it a day at 11
and,
o'clock. Okay.
We'll keep the questions in the tankard of truth for next time. But
we were wondering if you've ever thought about trying to persuade the BBC or ITV to do a short series of Dorset walks, combining with your music and relevant to those places you're visiting. There's lots of celebrities walking in various parts of the UK, but none, I think, at the moment with the local music accompanying them. You're correct. At the moment, that does not exist. And the answer is
we'd like it to exist.
yes. We have thought about it, and we have attempted to persuade.
We might have created what's called a sizzle with the help of Henry.
A good friend of ours. We have pitched a show to a number of studios. Nothing's come of it yet. But we'll see. We'll see.
But then
we'll see.
again,
One
these
day.
days, like in the same way that we can record our own album and we can film our own gigs from our own home and get it all out, we've made Wandering Minstrels.
That's right.
So
That's
we've kind of done it.
That's
for
the
you
beauty
guys
of lockdown.
and get it out there.
You got no work and you sat there going, "What are we going to do for the next month? Should we just create our own television show?
Why not?
How would we do that? I don't know. Let's find out." And that's what we do. And that's so it's like, well, BBC won't have it. Well, just do it ourselves. So that is the beauty, though. You can do that these days, and it's a delight putting those together. And I think we will continue to do that actually because
we've got
it's
ideas.
fun.
We've got plans for the next lot.
It's fun.
So. But it will be warmer for the next one. We're not going to be going out in the middle of February again to create one of those shows. As fun as it was in hindsight.
In hindsight. Yeah.
Once you've recovered.
Hey both, I have a question about your walking practices. When you go for a walk, how often do you try out a new one or modify an existing one? Do you plan in detail beforehand with a map, or does it just evolve? Really good question.
Lately, I suppose,
Really good question.
over the years, I think we kind of had almost like a decade, or certainly a few years, where we'd have our little favourites and we'd do them over and over again. And then one day we'd go, let's look for some new walks. And then we'd discover a whole new wedge of walks that become our favourites for a few years. And then lately with the walking books, we have actually gone looking at it with maps to look, actually search out the things with, the best viewpoints, the best sort of contours and things like that. And
I think, it's Walking Book 2 has been amazing because Walking Book 1 was basically the walks we knew and love, and those were the walks that inspired the songs. Book 2 is different. We've taken a selection of songs and we have created a new walk for the song. And it's been a lovely experience because just getting out a load of OS maps of Dorset, you know, we've got I think it's the 4 maps that cover Dorset. You just spread them out and you just look at them and you look at the contours and the national trails. And there have been walks that are going to be in book 2 where they've literally come out of the fact that we've just laid out an OS map and gone, oh man, the contours look fantastic here. Look at this valley. This is really interesting. Look at the shape of the land. And oh, there's a national trail running through here. And oh, it's a bit mixed. There's some nice woodland. Should we drive there and see what it's like? And you drive there and go,
your impetus to actually explore.
And
some
we've
more
never
and
been
find some
there.
new places.
It's a part of Dorset we've never been before. And you drive into it and go, oh, this is amazing. How have we not ever been here? This is brilliant. Yes, it's going in the book. and so, like, having done that book over the last year, we've explored so many new places. And I think if we get this book published by May, by the end of May, which is what we're hoping, I think we may well have a slightly longer term plan to publish a third, which may well not link to the songs at all. And it may just simply be about nice walks and new walks as well, us creating new ones.
But I suppose going up to the lakes, we love going up to the lakes, and quite often we will look at a map before we set off just to make sure that we can find a circular route, because we do want to,
we do
we want to know where we're going.
For us in the Lake District, like the planning process of the next day's walk is all part of the fun. Because you finish.
John finds it fun. I let him get on with it.
So we finish a walk. You end up in a pub, provided you're not in a pandemic, and then you backpack. You get out your Wainwright books. You get out your OS maps. You open them out. It's windy. You put your pint on top of it to stop it blowing away, and you start planning the next day's walk. And you kind of decide the peaks you're going to go for and the route you're going to go. There's less planning required in Dorset to an extent, because it's not so much, you're never kind of climbing up the side of a mountain and need to be aware of your surroundings quite in the same way. But it's been lovely planning walks in that way in Dorset as well, I think. So there you go.
3 minutes more?
Apart from local... Sorry, there's another bit. Apart from local strolls, how long is a proper walk?
It's... We can easily eat up 8 miles in a day, and quite often do 10 or 11.
Or on a big day we do like 14 or so. I mean, the thing is, how long's a good walk? Well,
it's not about how long.
It's not about how long it is, because actually sometimes a good walk is the one where you just do 2 kilometers and see the perfect sunrise or sunset just over the hill from where you live. It's not actually about having to cover the miles. It's about
being out on your pins.
The right walk at the right time. And
we've got favourite short ones. We've got favourite long ones. I mean, one of the favourite things that we do is the whole Purbeck Ridge, which takes can be up to 14 miles if you feel like it.
But a walk like that on one day could be hell on earth, couldn't it? Like, if you weren't feeling up for it, or it wasn't you're not the right frame of mind, it might be actually that a 1 mile walk was exactly what your soul needed. We talk about walks are soul food, they just recharge your soul.
And it's always one of those things that I actually, in some ways, just being sat down and vegging out on the sofa is the perfect way to relax. But quite often, I will go for a walk to calm down. I will feel calmer when I'm out and I'm moving around. That's just kind of how my brain works.
Solve a problem.
Yeah.
Because particularly if you turn your phone off, and it's just you in the outdoors, you can think in a different way out there. So it's definitely not about the length. It's about the right walk at the right time. Jay, I think that
is a good way to end.
I think that's a good way to end.
Another fabulous Q&A session, guys. Thank you so much.
We so intended not to go on this long, actually. We were like, we went on too long last time. But there's nearly still 200 people watching, which is quite remarkable. And I think we hope you're not suffering through this and thinking, God, I wish they'd shut up and I'd love to go to bed.
Well, if that is what you're thinking, you're getting your wish.
You're getting your wish, because it is now 10:59 p.m, about to turn to 11.
So I've seen so many pictures, so many messages about a 9-barrel cookbook. I'm going to have to do this now, aren't I?
You keep setting it up, though. You do sell the gnocchi, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you do sell
maybe
the gnocchi.
I'll whack a couple of it up online. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Snap a few photos. Guys, thanks so much for sticking around. Thanks for the questions. It's been amazing. Can't believe we've actually got through almost all of them. And we've still probably
wow.
10 or 20 left, I think. But actually, that wasn't bad. I think we've got through about 60 or 70 probably. So thank you for helping us launch the album.
Yes.
Bring it into the world.
That really feels quite special now.
It does.
We've really done that whole. It's a bit of a longer journey than we thought it was going to be. We knew we wanted to give at least a little bit longer, but when we released that third album, when The Waters and the Wild, we released that. We kind of realised we wanted to give it a bit longer than just 2 years till the next one, because even though 2 years sounds like a long time, you've got to get on it really quickly. Once you've finished the cycle of that album, you've only got a couple of months to breathe before you've got to start writing things again and planning the recording process. So
We hadn't intended it to be this long.
no. So thanks for waiting. I hope you thought it was worth a wait. And yeah, thank you as ever for your support and your love, and we love you back. And
It's been a lovely evening. So we'll say bon nuit.
Bon nuit.
And
Schlafgut.
we don't have a trailer for the next show or anything, but
No,
it will.
that's weird, isn't it?
It will be in May. We can tell you that much. It will be in May, and it will most likely be back from 9 Bar HQ. We're thinking of stripping it back and doing you another show. A show from Studio One, which is over there. So until then, you'll see us before then anyway, with our gallivanting and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So
you'll see our faces.
see you soon.
See you later.
Bye.